the University.
Hold up, Birmingham is still Alabama. So, damn. They got 7,001 joint, another 49,000 books, manuscripts, and another joint.
Congress. Let me tell you about some others within the United States and Europe. Remember, this is not a complete list. Alright, so in 1865, the library on the University of Alabama's campus was destroyed, burning 7,000 volumes. In 1879, the Birmingham Central Library was destroyed by fire. 49,000 books were burned.
What's 49 plus 7? 58,000 books in Alabama, manuscripts destroyed. 60,000, and this ain't even a complete list, boss.
In 1895, the University of Virginia Library at Charlottesville, Virginia was burned. Only 20%
Charlotte, like Queen Charlotte. How many books?
of the books and special collections survived.
Only 20% survived. 80% of the books in Virginia University gone, boss. 80%.
Then in 1911, the New York State Library burned. And in 1986, the Los Angeles Central Library caught fire.
New York Library gone. LA Library gone.
400,000 books were destroyed. Also,
400,000, wow. 400,000 books between LA and New York City. Add it up. Add it up. How many books do they bury? Remember we did the whole drop on the book burials and these ish communities burying all these books. They got the creator's name and stuff. And I'm like, come on, boss. We don't even have a complete list, and we already got over 500 wow books, manuscripts, documents that are gone in the fire. Damn. That's heavyweight.
well, keep in mind, whatever adorned the walls of these libraries, like paintings, for instance, were also destroyed. Now,
Think about the paintings. It's not just the books. Come on, boss. Damn, you got millions of manuscripts destroyed. Now just take one hard hit, one hard thought. Who would want to destroy you? Right? And then connect that to who would want to destroy your history? Who would want to destroy any evidence, any validation of your greatness? Who would want to destroy the truth? They say the truth shall set you free, Managa. You free. Everybody don't get free with the truth. The truth don't set everybody free. The truth sets the people that are in captivity free. The people that have been blinded, have been, you know what I'm saying, completely abused, man. Massacred. Genocided on. Manipulated, man. Violated, man. That's who gets set free with the truth, man. The truth, when it's uncovered, it's very ugly to the people that have been trying to cover it up. It don't set them free. It puts them in chains. But to the people that got nothing, they ain't got no land, they ain't got no inheritance, it's been stolen. That's who gets set free. That's when the Pope starts saying, yeah, we kind of renege on this Papal Bull's dumb diversus talk. We kind of renege on some of this, doctrine of discovery talk. We got to pull back on some of this stuff. Damn, I mean, Manifest Destiny kind of stole a lot of people's destiny, man. But we in that Deuteronomy, right? We in that Deuteronomy 28ism. We can't blame nobody, man. We got out of code. We started worshiping these idols. We started worshiping these guys. Keep it real. Take accountability. Because a lot of niggas born today was also born back then. This is another cycle for you, man. You gotta be accountable for your own actions. Don't just blame it on your ancestors. You are your ancestors, man. What you think you came back for? You waking up because you know the frequency of the truth. You know, we ain't over here to get rich talking about the truth on YouTube. No, nobody get rich talking about the truth on YouTube, social media. You get ostracized. You got a bunch of niggas talking shit, talking crazy. You got your own people against you. You got the hijack against you and your own people against you. You got your indoctrinated niggas against you.
Go back. We want y'all to hear that. It's for everybody.
That became the image, right? Iconoclasm, right? Let's keep going. For the dismount, there will be a part 2. We just popping off.
That she was at the Met visiting her father when she tried on the Indian headdress of a symbol. Her father saw her and sketched her, and imaged the other side of when one was born. Of course, everyone knows Lancaster's daughter did not represent what it didn't look like. However, that's what was deemed acceptable by those in charge of the national heritage. My point here, showing a misrepresentation of American Indian on a national coin utilizing a young white girl was perfectly fine. It actually goes a long way in proving my point that misrepresenting an entire group of people was okay for national circulating coins, then it is not far-fetched to legally understand that it occurred with many important people in our history books. Okay, so I spent a lot of time talking about these two fires in the Library of Congress in the United States and Europe. Remember, so in 1865, the Library of the University of Alabama campus was destroyed, burning 7,000 volumes.
7,000.
1879, Birmingham Central Box was destroyed by fire. 49,000 books were burned.
49,000.
1895, the University of Virginia Library at Jim Roseville, Virginia was burned. 20% of the books in special collections survived.
80% gone.
1911, New York State Library caught fire. Los Angeles Central Library caught fire. 400,000 books were destroyed. Also, keep in mind.
Come on, Jack. Come on, Jack. Not in picking mine. You thinking all these libraries are going up in flames in the 1800s, 1900s by mother-sucking accident. We over here looking for the drop on the internet, right? Imagine all the drop that was in these libraries that a knocker could have walked in, got the book, checked the book out, copied the book, you know what I'm saying, had the book, you know what I'm saying, copies, you know what I mean, like, had the drop. You got these situations happening where 80% of the library is destroyed. 55,000 gone. Let's back that up, man, and just meditate on how much of your validation is being burned away.
Never to be replaced. I was concerned with the first burning of the Library of Congress because, in my opinion, white supremacy had no major political power at that time, and historical whitewashing had not taken place yet in the United States.
That means niggas was still running shit.
Or in Europe. Alright, so moving along. According to AccessibleArchives.com, in 1851, the Library of Congress was again ravaged by fire. 35,000 books were destroyed. Paintings, busts, manuscripts, letters, very valuable information was lost. Yet again, Congress had to appropriate funds to build a new collection. In my opinion, with each destructive fire comes the opportunity to change information or hide it like it never happened. Keep in mind, people who were eyewitnesses to the historical events that were written about were generally dead years prior to the publishing of the text. So essentially, there is no one to protest if the recreated books have incorrect or misleading information. Here's an example for you. 4 valuable busts were destroyed in the second Library of Congress fire. They were likenesses of Washington, Jefferson, Lafayette, and General Taylor. Most of them had died years before. Now I'm suggesting when the busts got recreated, they were changed to look like the person that commissioned them wanted them to look like.
Hijack.
Alright, so take a look at this coin. It is the Indian head set. According to Wikipedia.com, it was created by James Gordon Longacre, who was an American portraitist and engraver, and the 4th chief engineer of the United States Mint from 1844 until his death.
Hijack.
Longacre is best known for his design of the Indian head cent, which entered commerce in 1859, and for the design of the shield nickel, flying eagle cent, and other coins of the mid-19th century. Reading from a paragraph from the website U.S. Coins and Jewelry, it reads, as we mentioned, this Indian head portrait, not a Native American profile, but apparently modeled after James Barton Longacre's daughter Sarah. It is rumored that she was at the Mint visiting her father when she tried on the Indian headdress of Sitting Bull. Her father saw her and sketched her, hence the image of the obverse side of the coin was born. Of course, everyone knows Longacre's daughter did not represent what an Indian looked like. However, that's what was deemed acceptable by those in charge of the National Treasury. My point here, showing a misrepresentation of an American Indian on a national coin utilizing a young white girl was perfectly fine. This actually goes a long way in proving my point that if misrepresenting an entire group of people was okay for national circulated coins, then it should not be far-fetched to believe and understand that it occurred with many people in our history books. Okay, so I spent a lot of time talking about these 2 fires at the Library of Congress. Let me tell you about some others within the United States and Europe. Remember, this is not a complete list. Alright, so in 1865, the library on the University of Alabama's campus was destroyed, burning 7,000 volumes.
We're talking Alabama. And when you connect the Chickamauga, it connects directly with Alabama. Again, talking Chickamauga, Cherokee. You're talking Chickamauga, right? Alabama, right? I'm just gonna, show you right quick. You talking Chickamauga. You're talking Alabama. 5 years later, the Chickamauga moved further west and southwest into present-day Alabama, establishing 5 larger settlements. We're talking 5 lower towns. You got the lower Cherokee, you got the uppity Cherokee. You got the Chickamauga Creek, which is also known as the River of Death. And they named these Nagas after the River of Death because of all the massacre, man. Because these Chickamauga Cherokee were a group that separated from the greater body. Separated because they didn't want to make no peace and treaties of friendship with no hijacks. They didn't want to make no treaties, man. They wanted to fight for everything they knew. They wanted to fight for heritage, inheritance. They wanted to fight for you. Now they've been erased. Now they've been replaced. Talking dragon canoe. Dragon con. Dragon, not dragging. Dragon con. Con. Tennessee or Tunisia. Alabama, boss, where X marks the spot. I said, where X marks the spot. Follow the tau. The tau is the last letter in the Hebrew, meaning the mark, the sign, the covenant. The last letter in the Hebrew is the tau. Wisdom is the conqueror. Wisdom is the conqueror of fortune. Follow the tau, my naga. Last letter in the Hebrew. Follow the tau, my naga. And then you will be finding you, my naga. Because the Chickamauga been at war. First 20 years, right? Huh? First 20 years. And the continuance of all that, because Dragon Canoe and Tecumseh was all fighting and leading in these wars. It turned into the Barbary, because the Barbar is the swan. Barbar is the swan icon, which leads you to the 1812 joint. And after the defeat of the Coom, because the Coom is the rise, after the defeat of your uprising, comes the iconoclasm, comes the replacing. And look how long you can fight. Look how long you can fight him, my night. This was still the same Seminole. That was side by side with the Coom say. This is still the same Creek. That was side by side with Big Jack the Coom say. You know what I'm saying? The Chickamauga. Made no treaties. Refers to the group that separated from the greater body of Cherokee. The majority of the Cherokee people wish to make peace with the hijack invaders, man. They're not Americans. They're not the copper-colored Nagas found here. They're not the Americans. Nah. They're not the swarthy, tawny, black. They're not the, how you say, copper-colored races brought here on the boat, boss? No, boss. Found here by the Europeans. Here, boss. Where's here? America, boss. Who they find? Niggas that was swarthy. Copper colored. Tawny, boss. Tawny in America? Right. Because Benjamin Franklin said America is holy soul. Black or tawny. Copper colored. Black or tawny. We're just talking about swarthy complexion. Yeah. America's tawny. So the majority of Cherokee people wish to make peace with the Americans, but we ain't talking black tawny. We're talking hijack city. But we are talking more and more, so maybe we are talking black. Damn, right. I mean, damn, we're talking Chickamauga. Chickamauga, Chickamauga, Chickamauga. Chickamauga, Chickamauga, Chickamauga. Separated. They didn't want no peace with no hijack. That's not the American. Yeah, boss. So Alabama has everything to do with you. Where X marks the spot. Because you are the roofs. You are the Ann Roofs, right? Where X marks the spot. You are the tribes of Israel. Lost tribes of Israel identity. Fucking swarthy Russians. Right, swarthy. Swarthy. Let's go. Hey, what is this about? Alabama, Cherokee. Oh, Alabama.
In 1879, the Birmingham Central Library was destroyed by fire. 49,000 books were burned. In 1895, the University...
Hold up, Birmingham is still Alabama. This is so... Damn. You got 7,001 joint. Another 49,000 books, manuscripts, and another joint.
Congress. Let me tell you about some others within the United States and Europe. Remember, this is not a complete list. Alright, so in 1865, the library on the University of Alabama's campus was destroyed, burning 7,000 volumes. In 1879, the Birmingham Central Library was destroyed by fire. 49,000 books were burned.
What's 49 plus 7? 58,000 books in Alabama, manuscripts destroyed. 60,000, and this ain't even a complete list, boss.
In 1895, the University of Virginia Library at Charlottesville, Virginia was burned.
Charlotte, like Queen Charlotte. How many books?
20% of the books in special collections survived.
Only 20% survived. 80% of the books in Virginia University gone, boss. 80%.
Then in 1911, the University Library burned. And in 1986, the Los Angeles Central Library caught fire.
New York Library gone. LA Library gone.
400,000 books were destroyed. Also,
400,000, wow. 400,000 books between LA and New York City. Add it up. Add it up. How many books are they bury? Remember we did the whole drop on the book burials and these ish communities burying all these books. They got the creator's name and stuff. And I'm like, come on, boss. We don't even have a complete list, and we already got over 500 books, manuscripts, documents that are going in the fire. Damn. That's heavyweight.
Well, keep in mind, whatever would go on the walls of these libraries, like paintings, for instance, were also destroyed. Now,
think about the paintings. It's not just the books. Come on, boss. Damn, you got millions of manuscripts destroyed. Now just take one hard hit, one hard thought. Who would want to destroy you? Right? And then connect that to who would want to destroy your history? Who would want to destroy any evidence, any validation of your greatness? Who would want to destroy the truth? They say the truth shall set you free, my nigga. You free. Everybody don't get free with the truth. The truth don't set everybody free. The truth sets the people that are in captivity free. The people that have been blinded, have been, completely abused, man. Massacred. Genocided on. Manipulated, man. Violated, man. That's who gets set free with the truth, man. The truth, when it's uncovered, is very ugly to the people that have been trying to cover it up. It don't set them free. It puts them in chains. But to the people that got nothing, they ain't got no land, ain't got no inheritance, it's been stolen, that's who gets set free. That's when the Pope starts saying, yeah, we kind of renege on this papal bulls, dumb diversus talk. We kind of renege on some of this, doctrine of discovery talk. We got to pull back on some of this stuff. Damn, I mean, Manifest Destiny kind of stole a lot of people's destiny, man. But we in that Deuteronomy, right? We in that Deuteronomy 28ism. We can't blame nobody, man. We got out of code. We started worshiping these idols. We started worshiping these guys. Keep it real. Take accountability. Because a lot of niggas born today was also born back then. This is another cycle for you, man. You gotta be accountable for your own actions. Don't just blame it on your ancestors. You are your ancestors, man. What do you think you came back for? You waking up because you know the frequency of the truth. You know, we ain't over here to get rich talking about the truth on YouTube. No, nobody get rich talking about the truth on YouTube, social media. You get ostracized. You got a bunch of niggas talking shit, talking crazy. You got your own people against you. You got the hijack against you and your own people against you. You got your indoctrinated niggas against you. This ain't no friendly thing, man. You sign up for this, man. You sign up to go against the grain. You're going against it all. Peaceful slavery or dangerous freedom. Boss for the dismount.
Moving over to Europe, fires destroyed a mosque library in Bulgaria in 1877.
Yep.
In 1914, the library of the Catholic University of Belgium. In 1922, the Public Records Office in Dublin, Ireland.
Yep.
In 1931, several religious libraries in Madrid, Spain. In 1933, the Institute of Sexology in Berlin, Germany. In 1941, the National Library of Serbia in Belgrade. Also in 1941, the British National Central Library was seriously damaged.
Think about it, Europe. What did Benjamin Franklin just say? That all of them are swarthy, right? So this is why it's happening in Belgium, right? We're talking Germans, right? They don't want your swarthiness to be popularized. You know what I'm saying? Like, they don't want this to be a popular thing. People talking about who the real Germans are. They make Germans into a negative connotation, right? Germs. Don't spread your germs on me. So many niggas in Germany that we became the dark side of the word germ, right? We're the germ. No, you're the germ. You're the virus. But the messed up thing is that the Spaniards look just like us. This ain't about black and white people. It's about people getting in where they fit in. The original complexion of the virus. I know it's hard to look in the mirror, right? But it looks just like you. It looks just like us.
And if you're just tuning in, I got some fire for you. Been saving this for you guys. Let me thank y'all for y'all patience. Let's go. Let's get this started.
Why do you think they want to change the emblem of Amaruk? Look at beautiful mama. They want mama. Really, man, they want to exterminate the seed, but they want to keep enough mamas around so they can keep dipping back in to the original oregano flow, if you know what I mean. You know what I mean? It's like they know they can't really exist without us completely. So when we talk about eugenics, we talk about, war on the Naga, this is for them to keep control of their slaves. Because once somebody got a slave master mentality, they ain't ever going to lose it. You think these people came with slave master mentalities, and then suddenly today these generations are so different today. I'm talking black, I'm talking white, I'm talking Filipino and Asian. I'm talking everybody. Everybody, you know what I'm saying, that's, come with this type of invasion on the originals, you know what I'm saying, of that land. You could be black, that don't mean, oh, this is your land. Where is your land, black man? Where is your tribal land? See, people want to put it all together, put a whole black race together when it's convenient. But when you start speaking tribal and tribal land, they act like, do not compute, we do not compute. Nigga, Managa. The Creator gave each tribe their land. They had their trees, they had their gardens. You can't just be anywhere. You know that don't. You in the streets, right? You from the streets, Managa? Everywhere ain't your, you know what I'm saying, your turf, you know what I mean? Your hood is over there, your hood is not over there. So when do you just get to walk around saying the earth is my turf? No, where is your lot? Remember, the Creator divided the lots. Joshua separates the lots for the tribes. This is what we fighting for. Now you acting like you don't respect no boundaries. You just want this latitude and longitude. Now, I'm speaking to, Nagas that look like us, but as far as Nagas that don't look like us, I mean, come on. Why you think they want to exterminate, eradicate a Naga? But it's a complex thing because they also know that they can't really live on this earth plane without you Nagas, right? They need you, not just for slave labor, they literally need you. They need your frequency. Man, if there was no you on this earth, what do you think the Creator would do to this place? We are the ones stopping the Creator from doing like treacherous things to this land, man. We are it's like they're holding us hostage, pretty much, so that they don't get blammed by these dragons like crazy. So they need us here, but yet they want to, keep us in chaos. They want to try to keep control of us, control of our numbers. But this is what America looked like. And now these are emblems of America, man. They got their emblem of Africa, right? It's an emblem of Africa, man. Peace and power to the queen, you know what I'm saying? That's an emblem of Africa. Shout out to Penn Entrance. Shalak, man, we popping off, man. But that's an emblem of Africa, right? And it's an emblem of America, man. Now, you're not going to see a whole lot of difference with the melanation. With this tribe over here, this is their lot, right? This is their land. And the tribe in Africa, that's their lot, that's their land. Whether we talking Shem, Japheth, or Ham, right? If we're talking biblical sense, if we're talking biblical tribes. Yeah, this is mama. Yeah, you know, they tried to brighten her up a little bit in the modernized photos or paintings. But nah, man, you know, mama's mama, man. So why do you think they want to put this eugenics on us, man? Let's keep it going. Shout out to Straight Up, man. Straight Up is doing his thing. You see my voice is going crazy, man. I've been training, man. I've been getting in, man, you know what I'm saying? And doing a lot of wah, you know. When I punch and kick, it's wah. Yeah, man, try that, man. Get that power, man. So excuse my voice, man. Alright. Fair use to your caboose. Hey, shalom to the tribe. Allahu Wah. Straight up like that. And we all the way up, man. Fair use, man. We're going to do some teaching, some, you know, criticisms and reporting, scholarship. We're going to look at this joint. We're going to do some recon. All right, let's get back to it, man. Y'all been asking for part 2. Well, okay, here it go. And again, Allahu Wah. I hope you're getting through everything you need to get through. Being steady, being patient. And, you know, man, every day is like a new checkpoint. So don't hold on to no negative energy from yesterday, man. All right, do me that, man. Hey, do me that solid. Drop name. Don't hold on to the negative energy from the past, man. The past is in the past. Hey, man. When we talk about getting our land back, we're not holding on to the negative energy of it. It's like we're tuning into the frequency of victory, of redemption, man. So our frequency is about cooming up, rising up. It's not about death and destruction and murder and genocide and everything they want to keep us repeating and all that stuff. Nah, man. But we have to still go through it. We got to feel the pain. We got to feel the death. We got to feel the destruction. And this eugenics, man, is straight up, you know what I'm saying, on point, man, you know. Straight up, you know what I mean? So, hey, I'm just straight up. And, man, shit, man, let's get it, man. Wah.
American history. If you are new to my channel and this is the first video you've seen, do yourself and me a favor and check out several of my past videos first. The topics I discuss and the information I uncover/rediscover are deep and totally fly in the face of the current history we have been fed. Alright, so if you're still with me, I think you will really be fascinated by this video. But be warned, I'm going to hit you with a lot of information. You may want to grab your favorite beverage and get cozy. So let me emphasize what this video is all about. How eugenics was used to erase Black history. Another way to put it is, why do so many people around the world currently believe that Europe and the Americas, meaning North and South America, were always ruled by people we currently identify and label as white? Now, for those of you that have watched my video before, should understand that the label white person is a status that has changed greatly since the turn of the 20th century. So, back to what I was saying. As we all can see, Europe and the United States currently have large populations of people that identify as white, and for the most part are ruled by people that identify as white people. How did this come to pass, and why do many, if not most, believe this has always been the case? I have 2 words for you: white supremacy and eugenics. Although I've been MIA for several months, I was not sitting on my hands contemplating my navel, as my old math teacher loved to say. What I am doing is constantly researching ancient and current history, for as we all know, history is being made as we live our lives minute by minute. So one of the books I read was War Against the Weak, authored by Edwin Black. This book was extremely revealing, very credible, and very well researched. Mr. Black went out of his way to ensure that the information that went into his book was verified several times over. His access to information that most will never experience was unprecedented in my opinion. This book, to me, was the key that explains how American and European history was whitewashed, and it also explains why, to this day, whitewashed history is still being taught. My only issue with Mr. Black's book, and I will get into it further later in this video, is his focus on how the evils of eugenics was waged on poor, uneducated, mentally impaired whites, and secondly, other ethnic and social groups. But he never emphasizes that people of color received the worst outcome, because black folks, aka people of color, were victims of everything that happened to the white people in the categories I just mentioned. In addition to that, black people's history was rewritten and appropriated still to this day via systematic racism. I know, based on all the information I have researched and that I've been able to piece together in my past videos, that Mr. Black and his researchers, while conducting research in various countries, came across not only written proof of significant people of color in European and American history, but also visual proof. Yet I fear they chose not to reveal this historical information, but instead focus mostly on the past transgressions against white people. Please don't think that I'm diminishing the atrocities committed against white people. However, unlike black people, in what are presently majority white countries, they do not continue to suffer systematically. I will also share why I believe Mr. Black chose this course of action as we go along in this video. So, I don't know how many of you watching know what the word eugenics means. So let's take a look at the definition provided by the online Merriam-Webster dictionary. Right, so eugenics is a noun, and it goes on to say, the practice or advocacy of controlled selective breeding of human populations as by sterilization to improve the population's genetic composition. In 1883, Francis Galton in England coined the term eugenics to encompass the idea of modification of natural selection through the selective breeding for the improvement of humankind. Jeremiah A. Grondas. A half-century ago, eugenics became associated with Hitler, genocide, and mass race theories, and its reputation has never recovered. Dan Seligman. Then it goes on to say, after the Second World War, eugenics became a word to be hedged with caveats in Britain and virtually a dirty word in the United States, where it had long been identified with racism. Daniel J. Cavells. Now let's also define the term white supremacy. I will again use the definition provided by the online Merriam-Webster dictionary. Alright, so white supremacy is a noun, and it goes on to say, the belief that the white race is inherently superior to other races and that white people should have control over people of other races. The alt-right is a reactionary conservative movement. It is characterized by an embrace of fascism, white supremacy, and misogyny. Constance Grady. Under number 2, it says the social, economic, and political systems that collectively enable white people to maintain power over people of other races. William Kelly turned his considerable intellect and imagination to the question of what it is like to be white in this country and what it is like for all Americans to live under the conditions of white supremacy. Catherine Schultz. Alright, so those are the 2 definitions I'd like us to keep in mind as we go through this video. I have been trying to figure out how and why history was rewritten, and beyond that, how it was adopted worldwide. Well, folks, this video will delve into exactly those 2 questions, how and why. So, now that we've dealt with the definitions of eugenics and white supremacy, let me move on to say, as I've conducted my research over the last several years, trying to figure out at what point did American society change. I kept coming back to the end of the American Civil War and the time during Reconstruction. Some of this information was covered in my last video, the Black Southern Confederacy. Looking at the time period of approximately 12 years between 1865 and approximately 1877 is when the country underwent a radical shift. Not only did men labeled as Negroes obtain the ability to vote as a direct consequence of the North winning the Civil War, but also slavery / indentured servitude for people labeled as Negroes and people labeled as white was illegal in the United States after the ratification of the 13th Amendment of the United States Constitution. The ruling class that depended on slavery / indentured servitude before the Civil War now had to pay wages for labor.
Now we're going to look at the term antebellum. This home, many would consider like an antebellum home, or they say the term means before the war, but we're going to break it down a little more. But if you notice, we actually started from the top because last time we belly flopped at the 29-minute mark, so we never started at the beginning, so we had to define our own terms. But I'm glad he did take the time to go through that. And so straight up, you got the drop. We're going to talk antebellum, or antebellum. We got to dig on that, man. Let's go.
This seriously disrupted the way of life and how these families made their wealth, attained their social status and influence. Again, I must remind you, the wealthy were not just the non-melanated people, aka white people. It was also Europeans of color, aka black Europeans, that were very much a part of this ruling class. With the end of the war, Congress passed the 13th Amendment abolishing slavery. Then Reconstruction was put into place by the Republican-led administration of Abraham Lincoln. And please, don't confuse it with today's Republican Party. It was done to try to right the wrongs done to those who were enslaved by the societal structure and the rule of law that had been put in place throughout the United States, especially in the southern states for decades. Unfortunately, Reconstruction efforts that held real promise for formerly enslaved people did not last. The equality promise did not come to pass. Alright, so you may ask yourselves, what happened to the Reconstruction efforts that the Republican abolishing slavery?
One more time.
Then Reconstruction was put into place by the Republican-led administration of Abraham Lincoln. And please, don't confuse it with today's Republican Party. It was done to try to right the wrongs done to those who were enslaved by the societal structure.
Indigenous Negroes. Ain't that something? I mean, don't that kind of jolt your memory a little bit? Indigenous Negroes. Negroes found here. Copper color races found here. You've been stripped of your titles. You've been stripped of your land, your homes. See this big home in the back? That would be an antebellum home. That's your home. That's the home they built. But now they gotta work the field in their own land. The plantations were just Naga land, but now you gotta work your own fields. They put the indigenous Negro to work on his own fields, on her own fields, on her own land. Then they rewrote history and said all black people come from Africa, Darwinism, evolution, all this stuff, right? And if you claim America, you're now a cultural vulture on the, those that publicly claim and have their they got their acceptance and whatever the case is, and everyone's going through it, man. Look, everyone's going through it. I understand that not just our people have suffered and are suffering and all this, but you gotta understand the fall of these indigenous Negroes is the fall of the entire world. I need you to get that through your noodle. I need to bake your noodle with this one. The fall of these indigenous cons is the fall of the earth. I know it seems like some people are balling. I understand you got millionaires and billionaires and some fake money, fiat money, some fake system. But it's fake. We didn't need none of that. We were at peace. We got rolled up on these indigenous Negroes. I know it seems like they in heaven, but really, man, come on. If you gotta keep invading the people and lying and deceiving and mutilating and genociding on the Naga, violating the nigga, violating our people, you gotta keep violating us to survive, then that's one hell of a heaven you got. If you in heaven, that's one hell of a heaven, you know what I mean? If you gotta keep invading the Naga just to survive, you weren't given land by the Creator. It's not your fault we lost our land, it's our fault we lost our land. We know that. We didn't KTC. We turned on each other. That's our fault. That's our greatest failure, and that's our greatest weapon when we unify. We know that. We unify, that's our greatest weapon. We divided, that's our greatest failure. And this is what happened, man. That's the story of the indigenous con.
And the rule of law that had been put in place throughout the United States, especially in the southern states for decades. Unfortunately, Reconstruction efforts that held real promise for formerly enslaved people did not last. The equality promise did not come to pass. Alright, so you may ask yourselves, what happened to the Reconstruction efforts that the Republican Party put in place? Again, let me remind you, the Republican Party before and after the Civil War was comprised of many black men. I I show you this fact in several of my previous videos. However, as enthusiasm for the Southern Reconstruction efforts waned due to many of the federal and state legislatures, city councils, and other official positions being full of elected black officials, they did not pay attention to the undercurrent of white supremacy and the adversity to black rule gaining traction, especially in the formerly Confederate states. So, that led up to the Compromise of 1877. And what was the Compromise of 1877, you may ask? Well, according to History.com, the Compromise of 1877 was an informal agreement between Southern Democrats and allies of the Republican Rutherford B. Hayes to settle the results of the 1876 presidential election and mark the end of the Reconstruction era. Immediately after the presidential election...
What are you reconstructing? You have to deconstruct to reconstruct. You have to deconstruct to reconstruct. What's the beginning of Reconstruction, man? That's the beginning of them reconstructing history, right? Reconstructing reality. And then, okay, we're done with it for now. That's the end of this period, but we're going to still be reconstructing. Just look at these, pay attention to these images, man, We'll get this back, but let this soak in and see how far we've come in America in 150 years or so. That this would seem impossible, crazy, some of this stuff, but 150 years ago, this was fact.
Republican Party put in place. Again, let me remind you, the Republican Party before and...
There are Nagas, right, already involved, and we know this, right, but we like, why? Why were so many Nagas at the tip top of things, right? Back to the more and more war. Back to the more and more war. Just because they black, they all skin folk ain't kin folk, and all kin folk ain't con folk. Con. Now, you got, case by case. You got good Nagas, bad Nagas, but you got to pay attention, man, to who was forming up and shaping up around you first, man. Let's go.
And after the Civil War was comprised of many black men.
Look at this, man. Just look at it, man. Look like a couple fezzes. I see some fezzes over here, man. Oh, I see the fezzes. Okay, here we go. Yeah, the Mason drop. Yeah. Right now we got the Black Bootleg today. And, hey, it's right in your face. You're wondering who's behind the scenes. You're wondering where did they go? It's right in your face. You see it, right? So, what's changed in 150 years that this might seem kind of odd? It kind of went behind the scenes more. You see some scattered around now, but it kind of went behind the scenes more. And the other thing is that, you got high-level Nagas when you talk 18, 12, 13, 14, 15, the Kum saying them. I mean, these were leaders, orators and warriors, you know what I'm saying? Like, Nagas, you know what I mean? So, they kind of had to, do whatever treaties, right, with whoever they had to, man, to team up against the most powerful of us. And this is what it looks like. They teamed up, formed a confederacy against a special breed of Nagas, Nagas that were indigenous Negroes, real indigenous Negroes, not just indigenous to all the earth. We're talking about, land that was, by birthright, by heritage, that they were representing their heritage on this land. They weren't strangers on the land. This was land that was delivered by Joshua, by Moshe. This is promised land, man. What are you talking about? But whose promise is it? It's not every black man's promise to be right here on this land. It's a tribe's promise, you know what I'm saying? You got melanin on both sides of the war, my nigga. This is what you really are seeing. And, really how powerful of a stature, you had to have, and even they had to have for them to even team up like this. It lets you know what the world is looking like. It's letting you know what Europe's power is looking like. if they got to team up with all these Nagas against us. They had to team up. They couldn't do it by themselves. A picture's worth 1,000 words. 100,000 in this case. You see Nagas teaming up like Voltron against Naga in real time.
I show you this fact in several of my previous videos. However, as enthusiasm for the Southern Reconstruction,
see a lot of fezzes in the place to be,
efforts waned due to many of the federal and state legislatures, city councils, and other official positions being full of elected black officials.
Nagas, they was on the, they put them in these leadership positions, right? But it wasn't white people putting you in these positions. It was that you was already in these positions. You just are reconstructing history.
Officials, they did not pay attention to the undercurrent of white supremacy and the adversity.
This is what the government's looking like, man.
The black rule gaining traction, especially in the formerly Confederate states. So, that led up to the Compromise of 1877.
Okay.
And what was the Compromise of 1877, you may ask? Well, according to History.com, the Compromise of 1877 was an informal agreement between Southern Democrats and allies of the Republican Rutherford B. Hayes to settle the results of the 1876 presidential election and mark the end of the Reconstruction era. Immediately after the presidential election in 1876, it became clear that the outcome of the race hinged largely on the disputed returns from Florida, Louisiana, and South Carolina, the only three states in the South with Reconstruction-era Republican governors still in power. As a bipartisan congressional commission debated over the outcome early in 1877, allies of the Republican Party candidate Rutherford Hayes met in secret with moderate Southern Democrats in order to negotiate acceptance of Hayes' election. The Democrats agreed not to block Hayes' victory on the condition that the Republicans withdraw all federal troops from the South, thus consolidating Democratic control over the region. As a result of the so-called Compromise of 1877, Florida, Louisiana, and South Carolina became Democratic once again, effectively bringing an end to the Reconstruction era. Again, let me remind you, the Democratic Party at that time was the party of the South, aka the old Confederacy. It is not the Democratic Party of today. What did occur was lawless violence against black men, women, and children across the United States. According to the EJI, EqualJusticeInitiative.org, during the 12 years from 1865 to 1877, thousands of black people were killed, attacked, sexually assaulted, and terrorized by white mobs, and individuals were shielded from arrest and prosecution. These white perpetrators of violence were never held accountable. On the contrary, they were often celebrated. Also, according to the EJI.org, in a series of devastating decisions, the U.S. Supreme Court blocked congressional efforts to protect people of color and instead ceded control to the same white Southerners who used terror and violence to stop black people from participating in political processes. They upheld new laws codifying racial hierarchy and embraced the new constitutional order defined by states' rights. Continuing from the EJI.org website, within a decade after the Civil War, Congress began to abandon the promises of assistance to millions of formerly enslaved black people. Violence, mass lynchings, and lawlessness enabled white Southerners to create a regime of white supremacy and black disenfranchisement alongside a new economic order that continued to exploit black labor. White officials in the North and West similarly rejected racial equality, codifying racial discrimination, and occasionally embraced the same tactics of violent racial control seen in the South. Again, as I have mentioned in many of my videos, there is a reason most students do not receive any instruction on this part of American history. In my opinion, there is a concerted effort to keep people ignorant, so white people may feel like they attained all their wealth via legitimate means and that black people, for some reason, have never been able to get it together. I have also covered in some of my videos the documented black towns that were destroyed, flooded, or massacred by lawless white people that often used one accusation of crime to justify displacing by force entire towns and or killing or lynching many of its black citizens. I'm not going to go deeper into this subject for the sake of time. However, I challenge you to research slavery/indentured servitude, Reconstruction, and sundown towns on your own. It may open your eyes to why things are the way they are in the United States, and why, to this day, governors like Rick DeSantis don't want you to know true history in the United States. DeSantis recently signed legislation
He said sundown towns. I gotta dig on this. Digging on it, man. Sundown towns. Man. I'm sure y'all heard of this, man. Sundown towns. Let's see what we got. Sundown towns. What is it, man? All white communities, neighborhoods, or counties exclude blacks and other minorities. Oh, okay, those are them towns that be like, oh, you better be out of here by sundown town. Oh, okay. Okay, I got you, boss. I see where you at. I'm sure they got a lot of these still today, huh? You better get out of here before nightfall, boy. Hijack City. Let's get a few more minutes and I want to talk antebellum.
To stop Florida citizens from understanding their own history. Wow, it's 2023 and still the United States refuses to come to grips with the truth. Anyway, I could go on, I don't want to lose you. So, how did eugenics erase Black history? I'm going to read the introduction of the book I mentioned, War in the Week by Edwin Black. This should give you some idea of what the eugenics movement was all about. Just be forewarned, it's somewhat lengthy, but I feel it's necessary in order to understand what went on in the United States and abroad during the onset of the height of the eugenics movement. Just as a disclaimer, I don't receive any compensation for talking about this book, nor have I ever been contacted by the author or its publisher. Okay, so the introduction goes on to state, voices haunted the pages of every book. This particular book, however, speaks of the never-born, for those whose questions have never been heard, for those who have never existed. Throughout the first 6 decades of the 20th century, hundreds of thousands of Americans and untold numbers of others were not permitted to continue their families by reproducing. Selected because of their ancestry, national origin, race, or religion, they were forcibly sterilized, finally committed to mental institutions where they died in great numbers, prohibited from marrying and sometimes even unmarried by state bureaucrats. In America, this battle wiped out whole ethnic groups, was fought by army.
Yeah, I mean, this would be a Silver Linings playbook, right? Forcibly sterilized. Excuse me. I said, hey, what type of people would be sterilizing people, right? Like, just think about, I know we talk about crazy stuff, but, what kind of people would do this? Forcibly. Now, after Reconstruction, after they reconstructed things and now they look like the good guy, now you vote for them. I want Biden. I want Trump. Trust me, bro. Trump's for the blacks, man. Trust me. Biden, oh, man. We don't know what he's going to do about the tenderonis. Oh, which one we going to vote for? Who's better for black people? Knock if you don't wake your ass up. Who you vowing to? They've reconstructed the place. We vowing to them, right? Forcibly sterilized. That almost sounds, like some tenderoni talk. When they talk about, you don't have to, but if you want to get to the grocery store, if you want to go to the movies, you might want to sterilize yourself with wrongfully committed to mental institutions. Well, that sounds like prison to me, because these prisons damn near exactly as that, just cages, for niggas that are many times wrongly committed, or, they were put in these positions, just because of the environment, man, because of the forcibly sterilizing, because of the forced invasion. You invade these indigenous Negroes, now they are in the streets doing street stuff. Then you create your laws because, you create the problem, right? Remember this, alchemy, right? We know how they do it, alchemical serpents. They creating the problem, and then they offer a solution. And their solution is police, jails, institutions, right? Oh, you want to be successful? Well, we'll first take your money, we'll take your land, we'll take everything from you so that you have nothing, and then we'll reconstruct this matrix so that now you have to go through us. Now you need paper money, right? You need dollars. Oh, you better get crypto because the money's going to do this. And we're going to now have to, oh, you don't have to do it, but if you want to survive, you might want to be, you have all these other, they created the problem. Now they're offering solutions. Well, yeah, drop, but if you don't do it, yeah, I guess I'm forcibly having to do it, right? Forcibly being sterilized. So eugenics is happening on a lot of levels. And being wrongly committed to these institutions, we already know about that. We already know about that. Dying in great numbers, we know about that. Right, boss? We got receipts on this stuff. Prohibited from marrying. Wow, I mean, we know about that. Because they offering our sisters a big bag sometimes with this, get your husband out the house and child support this and that. You know what I'm saying? They manipulated the system to turn us against our queens, and our queens will get us because they get a bigger bag without us sometimes if they hustling. Prohibited from marrying. Or you trying to get the bag so much that it just, what do you need to get married? A big fancy house, a big fancy car, and this. So even not having enough dollars can prohibit you from marriage. Like, it's an institution, man. It's a mental institution. And sometimes even unmarried by state bureaucrats. Wow. So all this to keep you from procreating, right? From creating more life, from being healthy, strong. Now, who are they that they would do this to anybody but to you, Managa, to us, right? And then who are we that it takes all this to even control us? And now we're being sterilized through our foods and GMOs and all this other stuff, right? So has the game, are they not at war on us no more? Or is the game just been reconstructed? Has it just been changed? And the more I look at it, I'm like, 2023, you can see the same blueprint today.
Armies with guns, nor by hate sex at the margins. Rather, this pernicious white-gloved war was prosecuted by esteemed professors, elite universities, wealthy industrialists, and government officials included in a racist, pseudoscientific movement called eugenics. The purpose? Create a superior Nordic race, perpetuate the campaign, widespread academic fraud combined with almost unlimited corporate philanthropy to establish the biological rationales for persecution, employing a haze amalgam of guesswork, gossip, falsified information, and polysyllabic academic arrogance. The eugenics movement slowly constructed a national bureaucratic
taking a little break. I'm about to bring y'all back in. I got some more stuff for y'all. Make sure y'all like and subscribe.
Playlist, man, get the food drop. Right? Duelu. Like a duel. Duel. Now, when did it become this Baal situation? Whenever I think Baal, of course we are relating it, dodge the vowels, right, to Baal, right? Because this is their god of war flow. This is their JC. This is all this, man. Because an idol among the ancient Chaldeans and Syrians representing the sun. Who's the child of the sun? Estebanico as a More from Morocco. Esteban, the Christ child, right? Yeah. Who Christ means anointed. Who's their anointed, right? JC, he's the Son of God. Dodge the vowels. So they came with their Baal, they came with their son, worshiping, representing the Son. You got to go through the Son to get through the Father. So when these Christianites today, they know they're Israel, but they can't let go of the Son. You don't see the play. You go directly to Hawa. You don't go through the Son. Hawa created the Son. Whether you're talking about a man or whether you're talking about the Son. I mean, our play is never to go through David or through anybody. We go directly to the Creator. Then we can start getting on the frequency of the Prester John investigation. Now we can start researching on nobility, but all that would be vanity if we weren't KTC. There's no point in researching King David, Queen Sheba, none of the royals tapping into nothing noble if you're not keeping nobility within your house, within yourself. You got to keep the code. You got to be direct to Hawaii. You got to listen directly. When you listen to your parents, you're not listening through nobody else. You're listening directly to your parents. No idols, right? Rule number one. Ain't this rule number one? Most high over everything, right? Most high over everything, boss. God, this is why we rocking my jigger. This is why we doing this. Because they represent the sun. All their clothing lines and all their, labels and all this stuff is all representing the sun, man. We representing Hawa. We representing the Most High over everything, over the sun. Because the Most High is the Most High. It just makes sense. They're representing their Baal. So you got us talking about Baal, right? God. And they got you spinning on the ball, right? Okay. Slow down, Drew. So we talking about war or we talking about valor? Templar, just take the wheel at this point. Templar gonna take us there. We're talking about war, we're talking about valor. Because we're talking valor, right? Let's go back. Actually, let's keep that. Let's keep this. Because it says it right here, right? Action of valor. War. Now, this is what they're breaking down from what they call the best etymology for dualism. So far has been proposed by Peniot in 1987, who posits a dim duelno to bonus. Duelno meant quite good or quite brave. So, look, man, we talking about something good or bad? They put the Baal on it, because, what they represent, because to them, their son is brave, their son is valor. They're giving representation to their son, right? They represent the son. I mean, do I gotta pull up Son of God? Huh? They represent the son. And many times they put the son behind the son, right? If I say Son of God, I ain't gonna get caught up with this, but if I say Son of God, all right, because I'll start going in bone on this situation here, man, on this Izu situation. Oh, now they got a movie. Oh, the movie? No, boss. This guy. This hijack right here. Yeah, this is their son. Hey, this is your Yahweh Shah. You just want to repaint his image. No images, boss. No graven images, right? Because they're worshiping, representing son. How about paintings? Because, you might get closer. Oh, we got some Nagas. We got some Yahweh Shah. Oh, this black guy. Yeah. They like to put the sun behind the sun, is all I'm saying. They like to put the sun behind the sun. A lot of these images, there's always some sun going on behind the sun. So are we talking S-O-N, right? Or are we talking S-U-N? And why is the S-U-N behind the S-O-N unless they just trying to subliminally tell you that behind the S-O-N is the S-U-N, right? Because it's all about sun worship, right? But not the sun you see in the sky today. Now they got their own Saturn sun. Right now we're getting deeper. Yeah. But they like to put the sun behind the sun. That's the point. They like to put the sun behind the sun. So is it an act of valor or is it just war, right? I guess it depends on what side you're on. Are we talking about something good, quite good, brave, or are we talking about evil, wicked war? Because if they talking about war, civil war, we're talking evil. But in their opinion of themselves, as they're teaching this to their children, they are brave to come to this unknown land and rid it of all its evils, right? Spread their sun, right? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I can't make this up. My nugget. Why you put the S-U-N behind the S-O-N unless you letting us know that that's what it represents, right? For centuries, it's always the sun behind the sun. Uh-oh. Well, I guess somebody see it clearly. We're still talking about the Atlantean sun gods. Hijack City. These are the idols. These are the Baals. Yeah, this is what the Chaldeans is rocking, the Egyptians is rocking, the Syrians is rocking. This is what they spread into our land. This is what Hawa's ridden in the land of, this sun worship, all this idolatry. This is what Joshua was fighting for, to purify the land so that we could be MHOE. No idols. All these nations rocking their idols. All right, let's go. So is it good? Is it brave? Antebellum, is it before the good? Who's good? Before the brave, who's brave? I mean, it's just a deeper way of it. I got way deep on the antebellum, but we're going to dig some more about the antebellum period. But, they say before the war. I just want to dig deeper, right? In anti, you're talking before. They say in front of, right? Okay. Interesting how they say from pi and t, right? Now you're talking the opposites, right? We can get deeper. Anti before or anti opposite? Now ant means front, but in front of what, right? Or before? Is it, you know what I mean? Now look, man, you're talking anti opposites. Facing opposites. Whoa. Let's put this together. Let's get it bigger. Like Drago, crazy. Yeah, man, it's crazy talk. Hey, this crazy talk is brought to you by Soulbone Podcast. Dig on the Soulbone Podcast dropping soon. Hey, out to the battles. Hey, out to all the cons. Conclave, all the cons. My Jiggy, Yosef the Real. all the cons, man, you know what I'm saying, that's contributed to, episode 1. And CJ's working on the editing, so we're going to drop some snippets and sneak peeks real soon for you, man. So, hey, Thawada. Yeah, that's the Soul Bone Podcast. Crazy talk, yeah. Anti-facing opposite. Facing opposite of what? Facing opposite of something that is good. Eeks, right? They're facing opposite of someone brave. We talking antebellum, we talking 1800s, we talking American Revolutionary War, we talking Chickamauga War for the first 20 years on the front lines because they didn't want to make no treaties, right? 1812, oh, you talking Tecumseh. Somebody very good, somebody very brave, trying to drive up the entire nation on these hijacks. You're talking about someone very brave on the front line, man. Would have had more support, you'll be a different America today. If Tecumseh had the support of all the cons and they didn't do treaties, these Moore-ish treaties, if they didn't get our people on board for these little perks, this little land that they could not control once these people turned up on them, they stabbed everybody in the back with these treaties, right? No one kept their word, or did they? Behind the scenes, maybe they did. Huh? Because not behind the scenes just like us, man. We know this, so maybe they did keep their word with they people. But with these Hebrews, led by Tecumseh, these other tribes were confederate against Tecumseh, man. So who are they anti? Who are they facing opposite? Who are they against? They are against somebody good, quite good, and quite brave. Oh, we're talking about context, So they might sum it up as, oh yeah, this is just before the war, antebellum. Or is it anti, against, opposite, good, opposite, bravery? Yeah. Opposite Tecumseh, opposite us. Because again, even after this, we kept fighting. Look at these wars. These are the same Nagas. All these are the same Nagas. They just label them different things. So you see it pick right up with the Cherokee again, right? The Chickamauga. They just don't say Chickamauga. But these have to be the same Chickamauga. Because not all the Cherokee were down with no treaties. Oh, this is a story lesson, not his story lesson. The Chickamauga Cherokee refers to the group that's separated from the greater body of Cherokee, man. Hold up. Because they didn't want to, because the majority of the greater body of Cherokee wished to make peace with the Americans, or the hijack Americans, right? Still in the title Americans. We doing this piece by piece, brick by brick. We just getting started. This is just the intro, man. Like literally, this is just the intro. All right, fall back, get cozy, like straight up said, get cozy. It's all good. It's all good. Maybe you've seen this before. I don't know. Maybe you've seen this before. Oh wow. Maybe you've seen this before. Good. My voice is getting stronger as I go. It's crazy, man. I thought I was out of here, but I'm right back. I bounced back like round ball, man. I'm right back at you. Let's go. The Native of America originally applied to the Aboriginals or copper-colored races found here, boss. Not brought here, boss, right? Indigenous Negro, this is what they mean. Look at it, man. Pause it, read it. Get some water while you read 2 words found here, okay? Wada Hawa for the agua. Yeah, Hawa is agua, is Hawa, is the water. Let's go. Is the life, existence. That's what Hawa means, to live, to be, to exist. They say Eve had Hawa in her name, or was Hawa, by the sounding of her name, because she represents life, first mother of existence. They say first mama giving life. She carries the frequency of Hawa. They called her Kawa. You confused why mother of life, Eve, they would call it, would be named life? You confused? All right, let's go. Some people confused, man, We're talking existence. She represents existence. Let's go. Found here. All right, found here, Manak. But now applied to the descendants of Europeans, right? Europeans that looked like you. Think about it. A picture's worth 1,000,000 words. The Nagas look just like you, it changes the entire script, right? We now gotta take accountability as Black people, our own demise, right? Because there's a Naga to my left, rocking his locks, and a Naga to my right, stealing all the gold and bringing the sun god symbol. That's not our Tao, that's their Tao, right? The Tao means the monument, the mark. But what's their mark? What's their monument? What's their anointed? Their anointed is not our anointed. Our anointed is Hawa. Our anointed is the Creator. Their anointed is the sun, right? So they have a different Tao than you. A different mark, a different sign. Their sign is the sun. Ka. That's the European. Europeans are Black. We went over this last time, right? Swarthy, right? Benjamin Franklin. All right. Now apply it to descendants of Europeans born in America. Don't that hit a little different? I know you read this 100,000 times, but don't that hit a little different when we do this in this frequency? All praise Allah. Birdman hen, brother, right? Because what's a native, man? Love to Natural by Law, who I saw do this exact same thing, and I appreciate you, man, because it's just, we got to take it back to the root. What's a native? I got to let you know, we got to figure this out while they doing eugenics on us, while they trying to erase us, right? So they trying to erase nature, When I say native, stop thinking of some image. I'm talking about nature, original. This don't say aboriginal, you just have to put in what's native, because they say native, so we say native. We talking no, we're talking original, right? So these people that's claiming native, are they claiming original? Originals here to be first born for real, born with the being. What's the being? That's Hawa. that's That's life. That's existence. The being to be. Hawa is to be natural. I'm natural by law because we natural by Hawa's law. Not acquired, not no slave. Natural. What's natural? You look up natural, it's going to say produced by the creator, right? Let's do it. Let's do it. We're in 1828. Noah Webster Dictionary, man. Oh, you seen this before? Cool. Maybe it's going to hit a little different this time. In a general sense, whatever is made or produced, a word that comprehends all the works of, say it with me. Wow. And look through nature up to nature's God. Metonymy of the effect of the cause nature is used for the agent creator, right? The power that produces them. So we're talking about the power that produces the trees and life, right? Or we mean they are produced by God, right? By Hawa, the creator, the creator, the creator. You can't talk nature without talking Hawa. You just can't do it. You can't talk native without talking natural, produced by Hawa, right? So native is natural, by law, produced by Hawa. Cool. Now, by law, right, we have our boundaries. We have our areas, because, you know, separation is natural. Yeah, they want to be black power, everybody together. Separation is natural. When you got dreadlocks, you got your locks. You need your locks to be separate to a degree, right? It don't mean that they're not together. It just means that that's their nature, right? So our nature is to have our tribal areas and some separation from other tribes. We have to have our own tree. We got to have our own water, you know, so that we can produce for our tribe, because ain't nobody going to look out for our tribe like our tribe. That's just fact. That's not separatism, racism. No, naturally, originally, we have our boundaries, and we respected each other's space, boundaries. I put it like this, since anybody confused out there. Don't you have a house or your apartment or whatever your spot is, you know, wherever you at, right? Oh, I'm black, so I could just walk in your apartment or walk in your house and kick down your door and jam you up at 3 o'clock in the morning. Don't you want some separation? Don't you want your own bedroom? You have a party. Is everybody invited in your bedroom? So everybody's not invited to our land. It's sacred space. Only a hijack doesn't have any type of care. Only a hijack has no value for your boundaries and say, but we're all humans. We belong to the human race. We're the human family. We should all, it's one earth. It's for everybody. That's hijack city. This is not us trying to, act like we better than yada yada. But my nigga, separation is natural. If I can't just walk in your house for no reason, you can't just walk on our land for no reason. It's separation. It's a place for us to live. They weren't supposed to be able to just roll up in our neighborhoods with their police forces and jam us up with their marshal this and marshal that. We supposed to have boundaries, my nigga. I'm just talking natural boundaries for the original people. These people are natural. You can't talk natural without talking Hawaii. You can't talk native without talking natural. You can't talk American without talking native. Natural people, original people, they say aboriginal. We talking Abba, we talking Abba Ama. Nah, we talking original, and we talking Abba Ama. Ama Abba's original. people that are copper color, but not all copper color are kinfolk. Because you have others that are either, in other confederacies that might be original by credo, but they don't rock with the original creator, right? So they're not in the original frequency anymore, right? So these copper people are found here by Europeans that look just like us. Con. This invasion happened. This is not Shakespeare, man. This happened, right? This is real. This is a painting on the paddle in Lima, Peru, right? See it right there, Peru, right? Okay. All right. Just saying, when they talk antebellum, are they saying pre-war? Are they saying anti-brave, anti-good, anti-real niggas that are fighting, that are valorous, that are warlike? Because that's what the Kumse is when we talking big tech, the Kumse. We're going to get some more on this antebellum talk. We just see what's happening during all these dates. They're going to pull up 18 this, 18 that, 19 this. We still at it. Now they're talking antebellum pre-Civil War. Well, pre-Civil War was Texas Indian War, Seminole War, Southwest Indian War, Navajo, Apaches, California Indians, Udall, Puget, everybody, man. Mexicans, man. Texas, man. Seminoles. They invading the islands. They're invading the Philippines, right? And they call those banana wars. Come on, man. And these Nagas, we got them Filipino pictures of, these were all Nagas, man. At this time, all these banana wars, first they had to get their own Negroes, indigenous Negroes in check, right? They had to go through man. I need you to know how warlike you are. I need you to know how warlike you are, Manaki. 1776, even though we know it started before that, let's just use that as the marker, right? 1776 to the Philippine War. Philippine War is 1898. 1776 to 1898. They're just fighting Mexicans, Amarucans, man. Real Nagas, Americans, man. Copper color races found here. That's all they fighting. Come on, man. They want to talk slavery. That means you are just like Benjamin Franklin. They don't want to darken up these people right now, right? They don't want to darken up nobody else. Because they over here trying to whitewash everything. Why darken the sons of America, right? What'd he say? They're scouring the planet. And since attachments of English from Britain sent to America will have their places at home so soon, supply increase so largely here, why should the Palatine Boers or more be suffered to swarm into our settlements by herding together, establish their language? What language, man? Manners. What manners? What customs? To the exclusion of ours. Like, we ain't gonna be hijacking, they know it. Why should Pennsylvania, founded by the English, how you gonna found something that's already populated, become a colony of aliens? Man, you the alien, Jack. You ain't from here, you ain't original, you're not natural, you're not native here. Who will shortly be so numerous as to Germanize us? We're talking Germany, right? So to be Germanized means that you are being blackened. This is what Hitler is trying to get them to, see that whatever they doing, that these were originally black people doing it. So y'all should just do something else, man. But they're all using our titles because it says what we call a swarthy complexions, as are the Germans also. So the Germans are dark, swarthy, black people, and the term is Germanized. And now you got germs like it's a negative thing, right? Come on, man, we've been Anglified because that's what they want to do is Anglify them, right? Anglify us. And we would never adopt our languages, or the Nagas will never adopt their languages or customs. Well, damn. Hey, Merry Christmas, right? Because Nagas is definitely doing that, but not the real ones, man. Not the real Nagas that they waking up, man, popping off, man. We leaving these customs alone. They're Halloween and Easters and Valentine's and whatever they doing, man. We New Year's this and all this hijack. But we speaking English, but we learning, man. You know what I'm saying? We speaking Shalawam, man. We learning to get in our frequency, man. Any more than they can acquire our complexion. So we see it's all about complexion. We talking swarthy. Again, the number of purely white people in the world is very small. So how did this change in the last couple hundred years? They just started popping off. They don't produce like that. Scientifically speaking, they don't produce like that to be the majority in 150, couple hundred years. That's crazy talk. Couple hundred years, all it took, y'all. Now you're the majority because of what? Eugenics. Now we back on eugenics. This is all about eugenics. So because they very small, they gotta have their foot on our neck. They gotta put their images on the screen, make us think that they're the majority because we do the magic, and so will it be. If we believe it, it will be, right? If we don't believe it, that's their ass, right? But all of Africa is black. All of Asia black. All of America is what? Wholly black, right? Wholly tawny, right? We got before tawny just means dark complexion or sunburnt, they say, right? And in Europe, the Spaniards, Italian, French, everybody, they just name it a couple, but we already know they're swarthy. So when I look at this European image of who they called the first European emperor, Charles V, Charles Quinto, Charlesy boy, he's swarthy. This is receipts, Managa, validation for those that still need it, of what the earth is looking like in terms of royals, in terms of these families. This is what straight up is letting Nagas know that you're the royals. That's why your head is on the crest. That's why Russia is named after you. That's why it's you. I didn't make this up. I didn't do this. This ain't my doing. We just talking about the royal crest of the Andrews family. Russia, Ross, right? I don't need this link to do that. I could just put in Andrews family crest. I could just Google Andrews family crest. I ain't gotta say black man on the head, black head on Andrews crest. I ain't gotta do nothing. I could just Andrews crest. And what do you see? You see royal Nagas, right? You see regal Negro. What's that nationality? They're going to say Scotland, right? They're going to connect it to the Scotia flow. We know we're talking Russia. We're talking, Russia's pretty much all of Asia. All of that Asia is damn near Russia. That's how much Rus land, that's how much Naga land we talking about. English, Scottish, Norse, man. Hey, stop the play. But either way, we're talking Nagas. And we got Nagas on both sides. Just because you come from Europe don't mean you this or you that. We got real Hebrews over there, real royal Hebrew, tribes fighting the hijack there. We got real royal Hebrew tribes in America fighting tribes here. We got our tribes been scattered. We know that. But we see that they do more scattering. So this is what, straight up, this is what it is. It's just so good to see clearly what Nagas these days, man. You know, a long time ago, this stuff seemed, you know, like new, like it was just hard to believe. And now the validation is something that cannot be ignored. I'm gonna take our time, man. They're trying to slow down our flow. They always trying to do this because Nagas get distracted and then they click on the next clip on the tube. But we got real wave service over here, man. We know what's popping. We know what they do. They got real patient cons around here. I know when they on that play. Well, let's go, man. View more. They don't want to show us no more. Look at this, man. Y'all see this? I'm trying to click view more. They say no boss. Ain't nothing to see here, boss. Can't see no more, boss. Alright, man. I'm gonna come back to us, man. This thing's tripping. We got him now, man. We gonna beat him at the damn game. Now they want to show some images. People tripping, man. Y'all tripping. So how you think these Naga Khans got on this crest? Then they try to take him off. But we still see him on the family crest. Let go. Yeah, they over here on that play. But you see it, man. We see what it is, man. We see what it is. Let's get it back, man. We've been talking antebellum. You know, is it pre-war or is it just anti-Naga? You know, is it just the opposite of bravery? Is it the opposite of good? And is this the good that they're opposite from? You know what I'm saying? It's their, you know, claiming that we're savages and we're this and trying to reconstruct history, his story, to make them good and us evil all of a sudden. And now it's just about pre-war and war and war on these melanated guys all across the planet at the same damn time. I mean,
This channel is part of the History Hit Network.
We are the first peoples of the Americas. We have been here from the beginning. Our ancestors navigated by the wind and stars, crossing vast oceans and mountain ranges, searching for new lands. Over thousands of years, our ancestors became astronomers and architects, philosophers and scientists, artists and inventors. We created distinct societies and built vast trade systems that covered 2 continents. In 1492, our world was changed forever, but we did not disappear. Today, the languages and teachings of our ancestors remain. And these are the untold stories of the Americas before Columbus. The Americas before 1491 were home to thousands of societies, each with its own distinct social, cultural, and political structure. Throughout the two continents, indigenous people formed clans, confederacies, alliances, and even empires. Indigenous people interacted between these communities through a complex network of trade that connected every region of the Americas. The Haudenosaunee Confederacy was formed nearly 900 years ago, making it one of the oldest representative democracies in the world. Before the 5 founding Iroquoian nations came together in peace, they were locked in an endless cycle of retribution and intertribal war.
You had 5 warring nations, and the descriptions in the oral histories is very, very explicit in talking about how there was fratricide, there was cannibalism. Basically, human relations had totally broken down in that part of the world amongst their own people. It was all to do with this cycle of revenge.
Every Iroquoian chief engaged in retaliation, but it was Tadadaho, the Serpent Chief, who was known throughout the territory for his ruthlessness.
This guy was terrifying. He put live snakes in his hair. Live and writhing snakes.
He's a very powerful spiritual person whose mind was twisted. So the imagery they have in the stories is his fingers are all twisted and his body's all gnarled and so forth. And he was able to control the wind and the waters, and he was causing a lot of harm.
As internal wars continued to tear the 5 nations apart, an outsider known as the Peacemaker arrived in a stone canoe and began to share his vision of a society based on harmony and peace. He traveled to every corner of Iroquoian territory, promoting the great law of peace.
And the founding of Confederacy really is the story of the Peacemaker, a person from a related nation who came into our territory and connected with a leader in our nation, Hiawatha.
Once part of his nation's warrior society, Hiawatha had changed his way of thinking and started to promote his own vision of peace. Tadadaho saw this as a betrayal and had each of Hiawatha's daughters killed, one by one. The pain of his loss led Hiawatha to leave his community and isolate himself in the forest.
Hiawatha's story is not just Hiawatha, it's the story of him and his daughters, and how the loss of his daughters affected him. And what drove him to do what he did was the loss of his daughters.
Your daughters are your posterity, because lineage follows the female line.
After they met, the Peacemaker convinced Hiawatha that they should become allies in seeking peace among the nations. Even though he was overcome with grief, Hiawatha chose to work with the Peacemaker to promote his idea of an intertribal alliance between the 5 warring nations. Because of the revered role of women in Iroquoian nations, Hiawatha and the Peacemaker traveled to the fire of Jigansase to seek her advice on how to bring the great law of peace to the Iroquoian people.
In the Iroquois way of thinking, women were on par with men in terms of the authority they wield in the political realm.
Sayada neniscana runis. Sagot nigo ragwanyo. Ganyak gehaga. Nayo de aga. Kayokwa haga. Nakone. Ne so dinunda wane aga. Skatne. Ahundora ne. Nekne onoda gehaga. Yah de hodigwanyo. Ne kanushinige.
Dogaske. Giate hodiat dara o ne onoda gehaga. Ne e giate hatundat sne tadadaho. Yase at dahawe, ne lodia naso ginue itles ne tadadaho. Et chizuali wa negose, ahajanutna.
Rungwe Daksan e ti Taro Darho. Se was Starwaks ne.
Gundahle, Ehnayaw and Neza Hwajle. Gilona do Hetsto. Nekji, Dogat, Gaswan Sawer Yage. Yahnuanda Ekchitni Gota Gweni, ne Tadadahu.
Ne ona on Scott ne, Jungwa we Nunihage. Ne Jonathan Wizon Yagodi Yatalago ne Lorianeson. Danonize, Jigunsaze, Gani Stansera, ne Wisk ni Hono Hanjage on Sodom.
Dagwa Huitin.
The chiefs of the 4 Iroquois nations supported the peacemakers' vision of the great law of peace.
Tagagane Unwe, Skana, Angahage.
It's important to consider the objective. The objective wasn't to enhance the power of these nations or to increase the territory or the wealth. It was to create peaceful, honest coexistence.
But Tadadaho continued to resist joining the alliance.
Ga Yoganes, a Sagane Tarha se, Netado Darho. Yakine Tasagani Garewa se.
Not how is he going to agree to this peace because he'll lose all power.
Yatauno Skana de Wanatunya, Negano Sonige. The Ya E de Hayade, Netaro Dafo. But Jason, Skayon weird at the year. Westnigo,
Then something extraordinary happened. Based on astronomical records, a solar eclipse covered the northeast region of North America for 4 minutes on the afternoon of August 31st, 1142. After this historic event, Tadadaho agreed to join the Confederacy.
Neganus Suniga, and Guatnigula Guatnuno, Onunda Kahaga.
The Onondaga became the keepers of the Central Fire, a role that they hold to this day.
1142 would be the founding of the Great Peace. And so, Tadadaho then is named the main chief of the Confederacy. He's actually taken as the symbol of the meaning of this message, which is that even the worst person, even the most powerful evil force, can be turned around and made into good. If you think back into terms of what was the first message that was brought by the peacemaker to our people, is that you should treat each other kindly and you should think of each other as one family. That's the central power of this teaching, is that you should be treating everyone like your brother and sister. The power of it is extremely long-lasting. It's shown. It's been how many years now? How many generations of people have been bound together by that?
This ancient indigenous government continues to be part of Iroquoian society nearly 900 years after its founding.
The development of large urban centers evolved from small farming villages as mass production of food supported the growth of populations and cities. For centuries, the Meroitic kingdom thrived as it was too distant for foreign nations to conquer it. This Nubian kingdom was surrounded by fertile land and supported a large urban population. For 2 centuries, the Assyrian Empire was a formidable society. Rulers displayed their power by constructing impressive palaces and temples. Before the empire fell, they had extended their influence over most of the Middle East and Egypt. The Inca Empire was the largest civilization in the Americas in the early 16th century. In its short existence, the Sapa Incas ruled a society of millions of people from Ecuador to Chile. Over the past 5,000 years, large city-states with dynamic political and religious rulers emerged and held power in every part of the world.
The ancestors of the ambitious Inca rulers had humble beginnings as farmers in the Andean highlands about 900 years ago. The descendants of those farmers founded the largest indigenous society in the Americas 600 years ago. And like other great civilizations, the Inca Empire began with a vision.
The Incas are going to claim that after the creation of the world in Titicaca, some of them took this passage, this tunnel from the lake, and they are going to emerge in Pacaritambo, the place of their origin.
According to oral histories, the first Inca family left their birthplace in Pacaritambo in search of the perfect location to establish a homeland.
They were carrying a golden staff, and they were basically testing the soils. And the idea was that they were going to find a place where that golden rod was going to be able to be sunken into the ground. And that happened in Cusco, in one specific spot, and that's going to be the Ushno. And the Ushno is the center where all the vital force of the universe radiates.
When the Inca arrived in Cusco, it had been the home of the Quilque people for hundreds of years.
The land is already inhabited by those people who have always been there, and they have to come with an idea of dispossess the local inhabitants, and then they becoming the masters of the place.
In the first of many conquests, the early Inca rulers either ousted or absorbed the Quilque people, maintaining Cusco as the logistical, political, and spiritual heart of their new society. 600 years ago, the Inca Empire extended over much of what is today Peru, Bolivia, Chile, Colombia, Ecuador, and Argentina, and was home to 20 million people.
You are going to have 4 primary lines, which are going to be the roads of the Tahuantinsuyo.
Cusco was organized into 4 quadrants, and leaders from cities and villages throughout the empire were required to build a house and live in Cusco part of the year in the quadrant that corresponded to their region.
And then based on that, you are going to have all these close to 80 provinces in an area that basically went all the way from northern Chile to Ecuador.
All along the Andes, you had these systems that the Inca built upon. Their empire extended in length some 2,000 miles from north to south. This grew in tandem with conquest and population growth.
To control such a massive territory and diverse population, the empire's leaders convinced regional chiefs to join the society with promises of material riches and special status. But mandatory allegiance had a cost. Most of the leaders of these small nations accepted the new government peacefully. But for those who resisted, the Inca's well-trained army forced compliance. The Sapa Inca was the emperor, a position passed down from father to son. The Sapa Inca's wife, known as the Coya, was typically his sister.
We can think about the Incas as an oligarchy of 10 royal families. Those are the ones who are intermarrying among themselves. Let's remember that according to their own traditions, they have to maintain this dynastic line pure. So they are allowed to marry with their first cousins and, of course, the sisters and brothers.
In addition to the importance of blood purity, the Incan royals also believed their emperors were blessed with immortality.
The emperor never dies. Your body continues to have vital powers that are used for political purposes, because the people who are going to be in charge of keeping the bodies of the Incas, the mummified bodies of the Incas, that are called the Panacas, they are going to operate as a small congress that are going to put checks and balance on the Inca. So they are going to be able to decide and advise and sometimes direct the ideas of the Inca towards specific purposes. Only because the mummy of the deceased emperor, at least some of the relatives can talk with that mummy, and then it's like, your grandfather says that you are doing wrong, that you should better do this.
The Inca hierarchy placed the royal family at the top, followed by the nobility, including the priests, governors, and tax collectors. Rounding out this social structure were the farmers, herders, servants, and slaves.
Much of the population consists of a peasantry, agricultural, rural, and then you have the cities. And the cities kind of wield all power, and they extract tax in labor from each of those communities.
In the case of the Incas, they want tribute labor, but they want you to go and work in the land of the Incas, produce the crops, and then an Inca officer is going to show up and say, like, guys, it's time for us to put all this in the storehouses because we are going to live out of this food if it doesn't rain next year.
So often tributaries would pay into the Inca state, and the Incas would then, through their mitad tax system, would basically warehouse foods, typically potatoes, maize, and other crops. And they had an incredible abundance of different crops that would be stored. But these allowed armies to be maintained and fed while on campaign, but also for the communities that work these areas to be able to maintain themselves during periods of drought, for instance. So it was a system that was a give and take, but virtually everything in the Inca Empire belonged to the Inca himself.
Ellie's family invited us to their summer house.
I want to take you. These people are strange. He's worried his immigrant father's going to make him look like a Goomba.
Dial it down with the dish.
What is this?
We'll give you the grand tour.
This piece is made out of the first commercial coal mine.
Good for you. We use a little wood like that. He always gets on me about picking up trash and putting it in the house.
You just relax and give these people a chance.
I am relaxed.
You look like an Italian gargoyle.
About my father, May 26th.
Maya society was made up of city-states that dotted the landscape in Mesoamerica. Moving goods and services to a population in the millions was done through a highly evolved system of trade and commerce.
They were bringing in shell from the Gulf Coast. They were bringing in shell from the West Coast. They were bringing unique and prized green obsidians from the Pachuca sources in highland Mexico, basalt, ceramics, even turquoise coming out of the American Southwest. This was traveling over some of the most circuitous and mountainous regions and even Gulf lowland regions all the way to the Maya area. These are people that they didn't have draft animals. They did not have horses. They did not have cattle, oxen. They didn't have any of these things. So everything had to be ported on foot on the backs of human burden bearers. In turn, what the Maya were giving back was access to the Motagua River jade source. True jade occurs only in a few places on the planet, and the Maya had access to it. So jade was being moved throughout Mesoamerica, and of course, elites who identified with jade as related to the earth and to the ancestors wanted to be a part of that. They began using ritual objects and belief to draw on the interest of outsiders who begin to trade or to pilgrimage to these sites. So you get some of the earliest pilgrimage centers in these regions.
Maya trade went well beyond the valuable jade market. Various other commodities were transported in their raw or manufactured state from the Maya region on foot and by boat.
When the Spanish first arrived, they had encounters with Maya boats or ships, if you will. And these were multiple canoes lashed together into platforms, and they were essentially sailing ships that were traveling up the coast with large quantities of ceramics, as well as rubber, copal, chocolate, vanilla, and virtually all of those other things that we as Westerners so much enjoy, which all originated in ancient Mesoamerica.
One of the most important trade items in Maya society was maize. This crop was at the center of the Maya diet and culture, and was in high demand in the urban centers. Eventually, maize moved into North and South America through trade with other indigenous communities.
Considering the importance of corn for people's diet and all that went with corn, it was a valuable food to trade.
Societies throughout the world have traded, bartered, and sold food for thousands of years. This exchange fostered important business and social relationships and contributed to the development of cuisines that were unique to regions and nations. Salt was an essential mineral for African diets and an important trade item with other nations. Salt cakes were transported by camel caravans and traded for gold, ivory, and kola nuts across the continent. Spices have been a major trade item for thousands of years. Cinnamon, ginger, and turmeric were exchanged between Africa, Europe, the Middle East, and Asia, making spices one of the most important economic and cultural enterprises in the world. Societies throughout the world have been producing wine for thousands of years as both a religious and social beverage. The earliest wine production was in Armenia 7,000 years ago. After 1492, fruits and vegetables cultivated in North and South America were exported to Europe, Asia, and Africa. Some of the world's most widely used ingredients had their origins among indigenous societies in the Americas.
Around the same time that the Maya were the dominant trading center in Mesoamerica, indigenous people in North America were transporting materials by boat and foot along a trade network known as the Hopewell Exchange.
We had a great deal of trade, and we think a lot of it follows river valleys.
In my area in the southeast, people were trading with one another, so there was a lot of contact between different groups, and people were trading as far up as the Great Lakes down the Mississippi River into the Louisiana area.
It wasn't a bunch of tiny little groups just living alone and not knowing what someone else is doing just down the street, so to speak.
The people who traveled from distant territories into the Ohio River Valley area were bringing valuable raw materials from their region to trade with residents, who were turning them into finished products.
We had these networks already, and it was a familiar way of interacting with another group.
In the Hopewell interaction sphere, we have this huge trade network, and we can see where materials are coming from. We know that at least by 700 AD, there are groups that were bringing obsidian from Wyoming. They were bringing iron ore from Oklahoma up. They were bringing shells from the Gulf Coast. They were bringing mica sheets from North Carolina, and it was all coming up to basically the Ohio River Valley.
Catlinite, which is the pipestone, a red pipestone that people really prized, and that was traded all over the place, sometimes as nodules, but sometimes as finished products. Somebody might carve a nice pipe and then trade that. That gets into the trade route.
The Hopewell Exchange region was populated by agriculture-based communities. The artisans in these communities created intricate art pieces, pottery items, pipes, and tools.
And it's surprising that many of them are coming from 1,000 miles away. It was there we recognized that people were interacting on a continental scale.
The reason for the decline of the Hopewell trading system around 1,500 years ago is a mystery. But what is known is that this highway system of rivers and lakes connected the peoples and cultures of the northern continent for over 500 years and was one of the most extensive trade networks in the world. 1,000 years ago, indigenous people built the largest urban center north of Mexico, near what is now the city of St. Louis. Over several hundred years, Cahokia became one of the most influential trading centers in North America.
There were a whole series of cultures on the Mississippi, and the apex of that was, of course, Cahokia at the confluence of the Missouri and Mississippi rivers. So this was a major hub for all people traveling north and south in North America. When people got up on those mountains, that would be the thing that they saw, was the river in the distance and another river coming in from the west.
Maize was introduced into North America from Mexico about 2,000 years ago, and eventually moved into the eastern regions of the continent about 1,000 years ago.
Archaeological research has currently shown that the development of agriculture in that region occurred a lot earlier than previously believed. And so this further developed over time, where we see the development of large towns and even cities, like places like Cahokia and many others all across the region. And only now we are coming to understand those complex sites in more detail.
Indigenous people in Central and Eastern North America have constructed mounds for burials and ceremonial use for thousands of years. The city of Cahokia has one of the greatest concentrations of mounds in North America.
We can follow the evolution, if you will, of mound construction from 300 AD on up. We get small mounds, we get a little bit larger, we get mortuary mounds, we get mounds that have houses on top. A lot of these large mound structures seem to be places where a large grouping of people came together.
Because of its central location along traditional trade routes, Cahokia proved the ideal place to exchange resources. Excavations of Cahokia have revealed a range of treasures: mother of pearl from the Gulf of Mexico, silver from Ontario, and copper from Lake Superior. At its peak, Cahokia reached a population of at least 20,000 people, with many more thousands of people living in the farmland nearby. The centerpiece of the city was a massive 30-meter-high dirt pyramid, with a base covering 5.5 hectares. Found beneath this and many other mounds in Cahokia are objects made from materials that originated hundreds and even thousands of miles away.
There's such a wide variety of materials that we know it's of importance. We don't know what started it, we don't know what the importance is, and it wasn't just an economic thing. Very important people, the people with status, were using it to identify the fact that, I'm not having to use just local stone for my projectile points. I have material that comes all the way from 1,000 miles away, or 20 days travel, however they used to measure it. So it was both a status symbol, it was an economic relationship, and it did become ceremonial. It became a point in time where there were materials that are of such beauty that they are not really being used for hunting. They're being used to demonstrate that I don't need to use this for hunting. It's so ceremonially important that I don't have to waste it. Cahokia itself is sort of seen as one of the mother locations, if you will, of a large number of groups. During the Little Ice Age in 1300s, people started realizing that they could no longer exist within one large area, that they had to pull apart again. And then toward the end of the 12th, 13th, 14th century, these people start pulling apart and they become separate groups. The Choctaw, the Chickasaw, the Okmulgee or the Creek peoples.
The origin of the people of Cahokia remains a mystery. Like the Hopewell Exchange before it, this once bustling city was an essential hub for trade, connecting every corner of North America.
You're a goal-achieving go-getter. You made your schedule. You called the shots. You got this, Bree. And nothing can stop you. Not even the night shift.
Earn your degree online with more than 175 programs. Apply today to Purdue University Global.
Since ancient times, people have traded food, tools, and raw materials that could not be found in their own territories. This was the earliest form of commerce and led the way to the development of trade routes that still exist today. As the Greek civilization began to expand into new territories, food, raw materials, and manufactured goods spread the Greek culture throughout the nations bordering the Aegean and Mediterranean seas. The Vikings were a seafaring people who traded timber, furs, and food with societies throughout Europe and the Middle East. They established a bullion economy, trading silver in the form of coins, ingots, and jewelry for goods. The Maya established extensive trade routes with other societies in Mesoamerica. Maize, jade, fabric, and raw materials were some of the items that formed the basis of the Maya economy over several thousand years. Ancient trade networks were more than a means of exchanging goods. They were central to cultural interaction and the sharing of ideas and technologies between nations.
The Aztec Empire was founded 600 years ago in Mesoamerica and soon became one of the largest societies in the Americas. The Aztec had complex spiritual beliefs that played a role in every part of their culture and day-to-day life.
The Aztecs, in their own words, they are not from Mesoamerica. In their own words, they came from somewhere in the north.
The founders of the Aztec Empire arrived in a region already settled by major societies. To survive, they had to master the art of conquest.
The Aztecs were people having come into the Valley of Mexico and establishing themselves in the 13th century, very quickly found themselves under the auspices of a brutal warlord by the name of Tezosomoc. Eventually, the Aztecs formed a triple alliance with the cities of Tlacopan and Texcoco and Tenochtitlan, and that formation in the 1440s basically allowed the Aztecs to go up against this kingdom at Azcapotzalco, and they literally annihilated it. Having done that, they then stood up against some 40 other major kingdoms, and they wiped them out as part of that juggernaut of development and expansion.
Resolved to maintain its status as Mesoamerica's dominant force, the Aztec rulers demanded commitments of military support and resources from each city in its domain.
You would be assigned the equivalent of an emissary, and that emissary would be assigned to that site, and there would be a companion emissary in the capital to receive the tribute. And as long as you paid tribute, you were allowed the autonomy necessary.
What the Aztecs are actually promoting in their empire is what we can call an imperial pax, or an imperial peace. Which means that while that tribute is moving through safe roads. Whoever dares to steal the tribute is going to be punished.
And what it allowed was for a mobilization of resources across vast areas while allowing indigenous autonomy in every community. So long as you paid tribute to the cabecera or the head, in this case Tenochtitlan and the Aztecs, you could maintain your system of deities, gods, your system of agriculture, your polity, your kings, etc.
So now I can walk not only to the next town, but I can walk hundreds of kilometers inside the Aztec Empire with whatever thing I want to sell and trade. The tribute that is being received by the Aztecs is also being returned to the Mesoamerican economy and is going to create growth.
The capital of the Aztec Empire, Tenochtitlan, was a sprawling city of canals, pyramids, markets, residential neighborhoods, and artificial islands on what is now the present-day site of Mexico City.
The Aztecs have the belief that nothing comes out of nothing. In order to create life, something needs to die. And the most precious life they could give was the life of humans. The energy of the individuals is in the blood, in the fluid, this sacred liquid. Let's put it this way, they created a religious economy in which basically lives have to be given to the divinities. So were the Aztecs violent? Yes, but it's organized violence, violence with a purpose.
The Aztec rulers built a society that in many ways was unparalleled in the world. In the Pacific Northwest region of North America, indigenous people developed a complex society that was governed by the ownership and passing down of songs, dances, titles, and names. These laws and privileges were embedded in a ceremony known as the potlatch. During the potlatch, people from neighboring villages were invited to witness the ceremony, and gifts were distributed as a sign of wealth and power by the host chief and his family. Gatherings of families and communities often took place during the winter months.
During the winter time is when we held our most important ceremonies, when we would invite other villages to come to our communities, and we would host them and feed them the whole time that they were there. So they might be there for 2 weeks or a month. Our people were very giving of everything that we had.
And that's how you connected with your other villages. That's how alliances, loyalties, and trust was created through those connections. And it didn't just happen amongst the Kwakwaka'wakw. We were very interactive. And that's a misconception too, that the Haidas, the Tsimshians, the Tlingits, the Salish, the West Coast people were separate. No. One people, one family. Of course we spoke different languages, but we shared the same customs. We shared the same blood. When I think of potlatching, I think of marriage, which is a sacred union between two people, between two houses. What's really important is the dowry, what the female brings to her husband's family, validated through potlatching. Marriage leads to the birth of children, naming our children, honoring the children when they come of age, lifting them up into adulthood with dignity, with the teachings of their responsibilities. Those sort of things are entrenched into the potlatch system. And that's, again, that connectedness with the other villages and how we interacted on the coast. Alliances were formed for trade, which was our survival depended on it. You had to get along. And governance systems, protocols, these things have to come into play in order to have harmony.
Throughout the ancient world, ceremonies were created to honor birth, marriage, death, and other important social and human transitions. The tea ceremony emerged in Japan as a way to honor different types of teas and to acknowledge the beauty of the items used in their preparation. Incense was a common trade item in Egypt and Mesopotamia. Stone altars were used to hold these aromatic resins as they burned in household and temple rituals. Tobacco and pipes are sacred to the nations living in the central plains of North America. Sharing a pipe was often used to initiate peace talks between warring nations. Ceremonies are part of every society, and many of these rituals still take place in traditional cultures today.
From societies as large as the Inca Empire in South America to the smallest hunting communities on the Great Plains of North America, rituals were created to heal and protect the people, to bring the rains, and to resolve conflicts. For thousands of years, the people of the Central Plains in North America smoked tobacco, kinnikinnick, and other leaves in ceremonial pipes. This was their link between the earth and the sky, a sacred ritual for connecting the physical and spiritual worlds.
You generally think of Blackfoot people as bison hunters, hunting and gathering cultures, and that's definitely true. But they did take one plant under cultivation, and that was tobacco. And they learned very, very intricate rituals and ceremonies around tobacco. Before tobacco came into Blackfoot culture, they used to have local plants that they would smoke. They would take the leaves of the bearberry and mix them with the inner bark of red osier dogwood. And when tobacco came along, they just added tobacco to the blend. People were smoking before they got tobacco. The earliest pipes we find on the northern plains actually come from the era around 5,000 years ago. So smoking and tobacco were not synonymous. Tobacco moved up the Missouri River probably beginning about the 8th century AD, and it probably got into Blackfoot culture by about 900 AD. And we know that at that period, there was a warm spell in global climates, and it was a warm spell that lasted for about 500 or 600 years, and that probably created the conditions where it was easier to plant the crops and to harvest them. When they're ready to plant their tobacco crops, they would leave it there. After they prepared their gardens and put the seeds in, they would leave there, and in their mythology, they said there were these little people who lived in the woods. They lived in little caves. So they were the ones who looked after the tobacco plants while Blackfoot people were out buffalo hunting, and they had to go off and do their berry picking or their collecting of other foods. So they can't come back and forth. The Tobacco Society of the Blackfoot was a horticultural society, and what they curated was the traditional knowledge for how to plant tobacco and how to bring in a crop. They said the little people were very shy and that they could cause you harm if you saw them. And then in the fall time, when they were getting ready to harvest the crops, then they'd go back there. They always sent a couple of people ahead to make lots of noise and to let the little people know that they were coming back, and then it gives them time to get away. They would leave gifts of like food and little clothing, all these things. They would treat them well. The tobacco smoke is also considered very sacred because it's a visual manifestation of your breath. When people wanted to make an oath, they usually capped it by taking a puff of smoke, or else if you wanted to solidify a trade deal, you smoked the pipe. If you wanted to end war between your peoples, you smoked the pipe. So there's this very close connection between the spirit of breath and tobacco.
Blackfoot, Kwakwaka'wakw, Aztec, Inca, and Maya are just a few of the thousands of indigenous nations that developed sophisticated political systems and vast trade networks throughout the Americas before 1491. These nations were not only formidable societies of their time. In many ways, their laws, rituals, and beliefs continue to influence our world today. We are the first peoples of the Americas. We have been here from the beginning. Our ancestors navigated by the wind and stars, crossing vast oceans and mountain ranges, searching for new lands. Over thousands of years, our ancestors became astronomers and architects, philosophers and scientists, artists and inventors. We created distinct societies and built vast trade systems that covered 2 continents. In 1492, our world was changed forever, but we did not disappear. Today, the languages and teachings of our ancestors remain. And these are the untold stories of the Americas before Columbus. The Americas were home to groundbreaking achievements in science and technology long before 1491. In Mesoamerica, indigenous people developed a complex writing system, calendars, and books. In South America, a precise accounting machine was created more than 5,000 years ago. Throughout the Western Hemisphere, sophisticated knowledge and the use of plants as medicine has been practiced for thousands of years. Some achievements, like the earliest use of the number 0 and brain surgery, were among the most advanced in the world for their time. Indigenous men and women gathered, studied, and administered thousands of species of plants for healing purposes. These skilled ethnobotanists adapted plants for use as sedatives, painkillers, and other types of medicines.
Native peoples had a very ancient and traditional practice, but there were multiple dimensions to it. Some of it was as essential as herbs and ethnopharmacology, as we call it. In other words, a botanical repertoire of things that are medical. The reality is much of the medical tradition we have here in the Western tradition is born precisely of those herbs and their alkaloids and the way in which we've extracted them.
Indigenous medicine was not simply a process of preparing plants and offering them to a sick person. Healers had a deep knowledge of plant chemistry and how different plants interacted as medicines.
In the Western tradition, there's a tendency to engage in a primitivist rhetoric about Native American medicine. The idea that, oh, well, it's about superstition and it's about evil spirits and it's about herbs. Because some of the people could literally walk through a forest and identify plants and their curative properties simply from visual inspection alone, such that the chemovars, which are the active ingredients that allow for the healing or the relieving of symptoms, could be relieved, and they knew which plants those were.
One of the more common plants that was used is a plant known as yarrow. And yarrow is a very good example of a curative plant, because this was one that was put on wounds and cuts, because if you take yarrow plant and then just chew it up you masticate it, you release all the alkaloids that are in there, and you put it onto an open wound. It actually has properties that will cause the blood to clot faster. But other plants, such as sweetgrass, these are plants that are used more in ceremonial uses, where if you're starting a ceremony and you put sweetgrass on there, coal, the smoke from the sweetgrass has the properties that you're looking for.
For those who don't buy the idea that herbs can cure us, the reality is much of the medical tradition we have here in the Western tradition is born precisely of those herbs and their alkaloids and the way in which we've extracted them.
Today, many modern pharmaceuticals trace their origins to medicines developed by indigenous people.
Aspirin, acetylsalic acid, which comes from willow or aspen, the bark. This was a very common one that was used from ancient times. And the active ingredient was isolated and was then used to become aspirin in modern times.
And many of those plants and many of these people were being used by the medical industry to find those very substances. Many of those have been introduced into our medical tradition, but in the forms of capsules and pills and injections. And thereby, the American Indian is taken out of the equation, though they are the discoverers and innovators of these medicines. One of the ancient manuscripts that came down to us had an entire listing of plants used by the Aztecs. And there was an incredible period in which, after having examined that book and its curative properties, or the properties of the plants identified, one of them spoke of a disease that basically engaged the withering of the human body and ultimately the death of the individual. And it was supposed to be a means by which to relieve the symptoms and or cure the disease. And those that were studying this document came to the conclusion that it was a plant that had curative properties to defeat cancer.
There's a range of treatments for cancer and other diseases in use today that are based on medicines originally developed by indigenous people.
One of the plants, or common plants that was used in the pharmacopoeia of traditional healers, was the yew tree. And that bark of yew tree has also been used in breast cancer treatment because that's where the active ingredient of Taxol is taken from that plant.
Through a holistic approach to healing, indigenous medicine men and women of the Americas combined herbology with spiritual care.
When people used them traditionally, they would be used in a complex with prayers and ceremony. And you can't underestimate the power of the ceremony.
Brain surgery was being practiced throughout the ancient world as far back as 7,000 years ago. In both North and South America, thousands of skulls with evidence of surgical treatment have been found, which demonstrates that this specialized medical practice was widely used to treat injuries and sickness. The precision of these operations and their high success rate is evidence of advanced surgical skills by indigenous people.
The archaeological evidence makes clear, from mummy bundles in Peru to excavated burials in Mesoamerica, that cranial trepanning, or the surgical removal of bone plates from the skull for the purposes of brain surgery, or the surgical removal of tumors and the relief of blunt force trauma, was a reality.
It was very common. You find skulls in archaeological sites here on the coast, and they've obviously done trepanation, and the person survived because there's been healing around the scars on the bone.
In a survey of over 10,000 crania with evidence of trepanning, it is clear from the surgical practices that were conducted that over 70% of the individuals who had suffered blunt force trauma and then had the blunt force trauma relieved by virtue of cranial trepanning survived. You might say, well, yes, you have 70% of some 10,000 crania showing healing, osteitis as we call it. But what does that mean? If you look at it from the perspective of forensics and osteology, it was a practice engaged in when you were dealing with the potential death of a casualty of blunt force trauma or other illnesses. The Inca emperor would have the equivalent of 6 physicians carry his litter. These physicians were known as yayo, And the Yaoyou were all trained in skull surgery. We can no longer contend that this practice does not have a medical correlation. It wasn't witchcraft. It was medical innovation that came into play thousands of years ago.
Head trauma wasn't the only serious injury treated surgically by indigenous medical specialists.
The Aztecs engaged in something that involved compound fractures, for example, to the arm or leg. Individuals on the battlefield were often subjected to this treatment. Individuals who had compound fractures were likely to lose the limb unless something could be done immediately. And so surgeries were conducted in which, for example, the sutures would be made of hair. Urine was used to wash the wounds, and they would open up the arm or the leg, and the long bones that were broken would actually be reattached by virtue of an intramedullary nail. This is basically the equivalent of a spur of bone or wood that would be inserted into the bone itself, and they would be reconnected, thereby allowing for the long bone to be healed and eventually the individual to fully recover. That's a system that was only reintroduced in the 20th century. These are traditions that appear all over South America, Mesoamerica, North America, and I would contend the fact that they exist, and they exist so broadly and through such remote antiquity, would contend that ancient Native Americans had an incredible grasp on science, technology, and medicine well into the remote past.
In every part of the world, traditional medicines have been the primary means of treating illnesses for thousands of years. The medicines and treatments used by practitioners are based on deep knowledge of plants and healing skills that have been passed down from generation to generation. Herbal medicines have been part of Chinese traditional healing practices for several millennia. In addition to using plants, the use of acupuncture, massage, and Tai Chi are used to enhance well-being and prevent health problems. A traditional practice called muti has been one of the primary means of healthcare for people in southern Africa for thousands of years. The medicines, made from trees and plants, have therapeutic properties that are used in maternal care and to treat diseases. Indigenous peoples in every part of the Americas use plants, trees, and other natural materials as part of their traditional healing practices. An essential part of this practice was the interrelationship between physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual well-being. Millions of people rely on traditional medicine for their healthcare needs. Many medicines developed by indigenous peoples are still used in alternative medicine.
The oral histories of indigenous peoples throughout the Americas include references to the sun, moon, stars, and planets. Solar and lunar eclipses often coincided with political and cultural events that continue to be commemorated hundreds of years later. In Mesoamerica, the planet Venus was central to the development of the world's most sophisticated ancient calendar systems, while in Central North America, the Blackfoot and other Plains nations relied on the stars and planets to time their hunting and harvesting seasons and to interpret the forces of nature.
Ancient people had a lot of knowledge about stars and the movement of stars and the night sky. If it's clear skies, you go out and you look at the stars, and people were able to make sense out of all of this. And one of the things that I've seen over and over again is how people used lunar calendars, devised lunar calendars. Traditional calendars always had 13 moons that they recognized, and that would be equivalent to months for us. You also have to calibrate your lunar calendar with the solar year, and people recognize that there is a certain number of moons within a solar year. So how do we know when we've left winter, the winter part of the calendar, into the summer? Well, they use the Pleiades, because there's only one season where the waxing crescent moon and the Pleiades will share the same part of the sky. And when they see this, they know that that's the start of this first moon of summer. So that this would be a way of calibrating their lunar calendars.
These lunar calendars were vital for predicting the shifting of the seasons, the migrations of herd animals, and the emergence of berries and plants that indigenous peoples harvested.
Or if you know that a certain constellation is only visible in the wintertime, you can then make plans about when this constellation disappears, we're moving into a new season. By knowing the relative position of the stars, the seven siblings in relation to the North Star, they can determine things such as traveling, navigation, or using them for calendrics. So knowing these types of movements of the stars, they're able to develop star lore about it. And in this way they can make plans, they can avoid traveling at certain times, or maybe using certain seasons. Lunar calendars are so common, everywhere you go in the world, you'll find lunar calendars. That's the most common form of calendar that people devise. Because if you have devised a lunar calendar, then you can start making plans several moons in advance.
The Blackfoot weren't the only indigenous people to depend on the night sky for guidance. In the far north, during the darkness of winter, the stars provided clues to the passage of time.
Inuit people who have to deal with the fact that parts of the season there is no sun. How do you know morning from night or afternoon from morning if you have no sun in the sky? Well, they recognize that certain stars parallel the sun. So even if the sun is not in the sky, they can distinguish whether they're in the AM hours or in the afternoon hours by being able to make the association between a certain star and where the position of the sun is.
The most advanced calendar systems developed in ancient times had their origins in Mesoamerica. Believed to have been developed first by the Olmec, it was later refined by the Maya and Aztecs.
With settled village life, you have a demand for produce, agriculture. All of these things have to be set on a calendar. The Maya did that to a level of accuracy that's almost unheard of. They were able to calculate the solar year to 365.252 days. They were able to do this by virtue of the so-called Metonic calendar, Calendario Metónico. This system was used by very few world civilizations, and those who did were able to calibrate the solar year by using the lunar cycle. In order to record time, the Maya went one step further. They had a Venusian calendar, or a Venus-based calendar. They had a lunar calendar. They had the Tonalpohualli, which is essentially the agricultural or sacred almanac, and then they had the solar year. Each of these was being calibrated. And in looking at these different systems, what they were able to do was they took a fixed point in time, and having set that point in time, August 13th of 3114 BC, they began counting forward in time. Every day from that point constituted the beginnings of what we might call the long count.
Besides being central to their calendar system, Venus played a prominent role in the cosmology and spiritual world of the Maya culture.
It was often for the Maya referred to as the wasp star. It was this creature, and it's often identified with war and conflict. And if you've ever traveled in areas like Guatemala or the Yucatan Peninsula, at night the stars come out, and what you see cresting the canopy of the sky is this massive Kawil vision serpent. It is literally, if you look at it carefully, the Milky Way looks like it has an open maw at one end and a tail at the other. And that is what they saw. And every so often, the planet Venus, as the morning and evening star, as we call it, will appear at one point and then goes into retrograde motion and disappear below the horizon, and then it reappears in another place. So it was deemed the divine twin. So the twins appear in the mythologies of virtually all Mesoamerican peoples.
The Maya are recognized for more than their advanced calendar. They were the first civilization in the world to use the number 0 in their counting system.
There was an early finding back in the 1930s of a monument that dated back to about 150 AD. Once the fragments were brought together and other glyphs were found, they realized that they had a bar and dot numeral system, and what made it or completed it as a system that was something more than just finger counting was the concept of the zero. They invented the zero, and the zero allowed to create numerals that extended well beyond the billions at a time when we have to wonder why they would be counting into the billions and the trillions and even beyond. It was invented independently in the New World by the American Indian, by either the Maya or other Mesoamerican peoples. It extends well before the Common Era, so at least 3 centuries prior. So we're looking at about 2,300 years ago. This system, if not at that point, perhaps earlier, had already been invented. The zero, the bar and dot numerals, and the founding of the calendrical system.
The Aztec civilization developed their own dual calendar system. Their lunar calendar had 13 20-day months and was used for agricultural purposes. The Aztec also had a sacred solar-based calendar.
The solar year was also charted, and that solar year consisted of 18 months of 20 days, and so for 360 days, with 5 days that the Aztecs referred to as Nemodemi.
The Aztec day count calendar and the Maya short count calendar each had 260-day cycles.
The short count is really something that developed after the long count. Those are 2 systems that we know from contact with the Aztecs, but we also know that the Maya were able to introduce a level of precision that we don't see in the later systems.
By studying the sun, moon, stars, and planets, our ancestors developed advanced calendar systems and planned their lives around the changing seasons. The origins of a written language in Mesoamerica can be traced to a 3,000-year-old Olmec stone tablet found in eastern Mexico. Hundreds of years later, the Maya developed a complex writing system that used symbols to represent sounds and words found in the Maya spoken language. Most indigenous peoples in the Americas recorded their history by passing it down orally from one generation to the next. Mesoamerica had the only written language, and it was recorded using 800 unique hieroglyphs.
The glyph system is an amazing contribution. Bear in mind that there were only 5 world civilizations that produced literate traditions. And contrary to what one of my professors used to tell me in graduate school, that the Maya did not write histories, the Americas were a place non-literate and prehistoric. The reality is the Maya completely dispensed with that whole thing. And it wasn't so much that the Maya were a non-literate tradition, it was that we Western scholars were incapable of understanding this literate tradition. We couldn't read it, and therefore it was irrelevant.
Maya writing was painted on walls in pottery, carved in stone, and written down on bark paper in books known as codices. While many of these books were destroyed by the Spanish after 1491, some murals and sculptures still exist that describe day-to-day life and important events like battles and conquests. The language used to record the Maya world reveals a culturally rich, storied civilization that placed a significant value on preserving its history for future generations.
We now know it to have been a fully literate tradition with over 800 characters, and it was not only logographic, but it was also phonetic. Just as we write in block letters and italics, they had more fonts than you can imagine.
Today, close to 90% of Maya glyphs have been deciphered, revealing a wealth of knowledge about this civilization.
The development of writing systems took place independently in Mesopotamia and Egypt around 5,000 years ago. Other societies that had writing systems since ancient times are the Olmec and Maya in Mesoamerica and the Chinese in Asia. The earliest Mesopotamian writing was carried out with a blunt instrument that made wedge-shaped marks on clay tablets. This inspired other nearby societies to use pictograms as the basis for their writing systems. The Rosetta Stone was created more than 2,000 years ago and features the Egyptian and Greek languages written in 3 different scripts. The message on the stone was recorded by priests to to honor the Egyptian pharaoh. Maya writing evolved from a system that was developed earlier by the Olmec Society of Mesoamerica. Using more than 800 symbols, Maya scribes recorded significant political and religious events on folding books called codices. The evolution of early writing systems in Mesoamerica, Asia, Africa, and the Middle East offer a window into the worlds of ancient people dating back thousands of years.
About 2,000 years before the birth of a written language in Mesoamerica, a unique system of information storage was invented in South America. The discovery of a knotted string device called a quipu in the 5,000-year-old city of Caral makes it one of the oldest record-keeping instruments in the world. Quipu was a coded accounting system for both small and large societies in South America. Information and data was recorded using multiple strands of knotted string or rope strung together along a main cord.
It's a accountability device. It's an artifact to get numbers, for recording quantities and qualities of products. It's like a computer, because the society is so complex as Caral needs to have organization about the work that you need to build a pyramid. You need to have an organization of the numbers of the people and the products that you are taking or sharing.
Almost 4,000 years after quipu was used by the people of Caral, they were still an important record-keeping tool in Andean cultures, including the Inca Empire. One of the main functions of quipu was to record numbers such as population, tributes, and levels of crop and art production.
Y encontramos un quipu de los años 700 después de Cristo aproximadamente. Entonces dijimos el quipu no es inca, porque este es un quipu previo y tiene diferentes características que el quipu inca.
But another quipu sample found at the Caral site proved to be far older.
Y cuando encontramos en Caral el quipu, era igual o muy parecido al quipu del Huaca San Marcos. Entonces no cabía duda que era un quipu, con los nudos y demás. Y acudimos a especialistas para que nos dijeran si estábamos en lo verdadero, que era un quipu. Entonces después sacamos 2 pequeñas cuerdas y las enviamos a un laboratorio beta de Estados Unidos para el fechamiento. Y los fechados dieron que tenía 2.600, 2.560, 80 más o menos antes de Cristo. O sea, coincidía con el periodo de la época de Caral, ¿no? Entonces ellos inventaron el quipu, que luego se hizo más sofisticado a través del tiempo y se usó mucho en la época inca, ¿no?
The oldest quipu from Caral were made from cotton, while those from the Inca period were usually made from alpaca wool. Information was recorded on the device through variations in the cord color, length, type of knot, location on the string, and even how the cord was twisted. The quipu had a base 10 numeric system. The knots were made at specific intervals to indicate groups of tens, hundreds, and thousands. The Inca had highly trained information keepers who recorded the data and also memorized the stories connected to it. Some researchers have suggested that the quipu was also used to record oral histories and genealogies. But if this is true, it would be challenging to decipher these stories today.
En el aspecto de la organización social, el sistema también es bien complejo, con autoridades sociales y políticas, y sentaron las bases de lo que sería la organización y el sistema a través de los Andes, hasta la época inca.
The fact that quipu was in use in South America for several thousand years demonstrates the important economic and record-keeping role this device had in successive Andean societies.
In ancient societies, the need to keep track of crops, materials, and populations led to the development of recording instruments that ranged from beaded counting tablets to string counting devices. The abacus is a counting device that uses sliding beads on a frame to perform math calculations. It was used by many ancient societies, including China, Rome, Greece, Mesopotamia, and Egypt. A bone tool found in a cave in South Africa is one of the oldest examples of a record-keeping instrument ever discovered. The animal bone has 29 notches cut into it and may have been used to count objects or track the cycle of the moon. Kipu, also known as talking knots, were made from colored cords that were knotted in a specific order to signify numbers. They recorded important civic information like crop yields, population, and tax payments. Record keeping is an important part of every society, and some of these ancient innovations are the models for the calculators and computers that we use today.
The ancestors of today's Inuit people have lived in the Arctic region for about 5,000 years. To adapt to one of the world's harshest climates, northern peoples developed a wide range of innovations for hunting, shelter, and clothing that ensured their survival.
We lived in igloos and sod huts, all winter long. And we would travel mostly out on the sea ice, hunting seals all winter because that's what we lived on, seals. We would travel, and when we stopped, we would build an igloo, and we would, spend the night and go traveling the next day. Or if the hunting was good, we would stay for a while. But mostly in the winter, we lived on the sea ice.
Igakak azui rakti.
Nani?
Aglumi igak.
Takuting pamatut tiara halo. Takut innaw laktut.
Seals were the staple food source of the Inuit, but caribou and other game were hunted for meat and hide.
In the winter, we wore coats that were made of caribou skins. The inner coat we wore with the fur on the inside, right up against our skins. And on top of that, if we were going to be outside for long periods, we wore another coat, pulitap, which is a coat with the fur on the outside, seal skin. These coats were made in a very special way so that, they weren't too bulky under your arms, and they gave you, free movement, and they've been designed, a long time ago, and they're still used that way today.
One of the necessities of Arctic survival was a dependable source of transportation, which included sled dogs.
We made all our sleds. We made all our own harnesses for the dogs, and even the little booties. In the spring, when the ice was really sharp, they would, cut the pads on their feet.
The origins of domesticated dogs in the Arctic dates back more than 4,000 years. Historically, their primary role was to work with hunters to track seals and other prey. The earliest archaeological evidence of sleds with dog harnesses dates back about 800 years.
When we had regular sleds, which are maybe 12, 14, 16 feet long, we would have about 8, 9, 10 dogs to pull the sled. A lot of the runners of our sleds used to have caribou antler that was shaped to be thin and flat, and that's what we would use on our little sleds, little sleds about this big.
To protect their eyes from the harsh glare of the sun and snow, the Inuit devised a unique type of snow goggles.
They're mostly made of bone, like caribou antler, and with a little slit. And the nice thing about them is that they don't fog up. Unlike regular sunglasses, they don't fog up because they're just slits. And they're really good for, getting rid of the glare, because in the spring, where we come from, the sun is up all the time in the summer, and we get glare off the ice and snow.
Sibulingaw na tanap pikap, umayon niyo reamik. Kanoy niyang ito ilay?
Kanoy niyang ito, how yung mga manami mga.
Ananat tera pingigang niya revo.
Ananat jet. Kawi mayok. Tutumi. Ang raw na siyangin namin.
Nanok tao nasuri niya dati ko.
Atata jet pit. Kawi sa'y nakdati ko. Sinagtumanin ko.
Ay. Ano dyan ito siya? Tawag-tawag.
Sunamita ko rin.
Inong niya makaw na kamuk siya ito ni takok kayo. Pagkakisya na siya yung kauman.
Gano'n ka ba taman eh?
Aga. Makawino, kamuk siya kayo. Ano nito?
Ay.
Tata, himit tu sayak ka.
Adi, ang raw lang.
Aku satakat dikibuk makhluk. Wih ini alik ke mana? Aku gak tugas bunga.
Mata, ane bitak ko pigin naktingin. Katay lama.
In the summer months, when the Arctic ice would melt, dog sleds were replaced by small skin boats.
We built kayaks And the kayak was invented because we have so little wood. You know, where I grew up and where I come from, we don't have any trees. So wood was very, very scarce. To build a kayak, you use very little wood. You know, the ribs are made out of wood, of course, usually. And I suppose in the old days, you know, they were built, a lot of them were built out of bone, you know, like whalebone and seal bones and caribou bones, caribou antlers, and that kind of thing. I think it's absolutely amazing how people can survive, you know, in this very harsh land for thousands of years. To live, we have invented all these amazing things, you know. We have invented the kayak, we invented sleds, and we invented this incredible structure called an igloo, and skin tents and all this stuff, and sod huts. And we survived because we learned how to get along with each other. We have a great camaraderie with all the other Arctic peoples of the world because, you know, we were nomads. Like, we traveled, you know, to Alaska, Greenland, all over the north. And then we have all these stories, you know, these incredible legends that teach us how to live with each other. A lot of us really don't think of it as surviving. We think of it as living, you know, because even though it's really cold, it's the most incredible part of the world.
In every part of the world, people develop calendars to mark the passage of days, weeks, months, and years. The moon, sun, and planets were the basis for most of these calendar systems. A piece of bone found in France may be the oldest lunar calendar in existence. Marks on the bone appear to show the phases of the moon. Calendars used during the Middle Ages in Ethiopia were based on cycles of 532 years. These calendars set the date of biblical creation as the starting point. The Maya developed an accurate calendar system more than 2,500 years ago that used the cycles of the moon, sun, and the planet Venus to measure time. Since ancient times, people have used calendars to plan their religious, agricultural, and hunting practices. Tracking the passage of time is one of mankind's greatest achievements.
Archaeological evidence and the oral histories of indigenous peoples confirm that the earliest inhabitants of the Americas were seafarers, with extensive knowledge of ocean navigation and marine lifestyles. Over the millennia, our ancestors developed different styles of boats to travel and fish the rivers, lakes, and coastlines of North and South America. Water travel offered greater access to fishing and hunting, and to trade with distant nations.
These are people who may have been able to travel on the open ocean without much compunction. It's quite clear that plenty of people along the coast had perfectly good boat technology. In fact, the Unaat or Aleut people have some of the most extraordinary tradition of boating skills in tiny, incredibly fragile little craft made out of nothing but skin and driftwood, and yet they would travel hundreds of kilometers over some of the world's most dangerous and difficult water, routinely going from island to island just to visit family. The coast off of Washington and Oregon has no sheltering islands, so without the Inside Passage, they must have been traveling out on the open water. Yet, there was nothing wrong with that. Likewise, Tlingit folks in recorded history have traveled extraordinary distances in open canoes.
Indigenous people developed a range of seafaring skills to safely journey along coastlines, including celestial navigation and the use of landmarks. In the Pacific Northwest, the Tlingit devised a unique system of open ocean navigation that included an understanding of waves, tides, and winds.
In fact, Tlingit culture has a story of Kalkachguk, a man who, with his nephews, was blown out in a terrible storm out into the open ocean. And he washed up with his nephews on apparently a tropical island. Because Tlingit maintains the word kaneshkov for bamboo. And it's in this story that it's described how there wasn't any water on the island because there was no rivers. But they figured out that rainwater was caught in the broken off stems of bamboo, and that's what they used to survive on while they killed seals and then filled the seal stomachs up with more water for their journey. So oral history even tells us that these folks not only traveled to some very remote island where bamboo grows, which could be Midway or further south, but still quite far out in the open ocean, but then made it back using traditional navigation techniques, laying in the bottom of the boat to detect the rippling patterns of the North Pacific storms bouncing off of the islands. And each of these storms has its own pattern of waves that hit the shore and bounce back. And by studying how those waves cross over each other, you can use them to triangulate in the direction of the shore. And so this was a technique that the seal hunters and whale hunters out of Yakutat would use whenever they got blown so far off of shore that they couldn't find their way back.
Studying the patterns of storm waves wasn't the only navigational tool that Tlingit and other seafarers used for ocean travel.
Watching the birds, and we see the same story coming from the Polynesians, the birds that travel out during the day and always go back to shore at night. If you know what time of day it is, you know what direction the shore is because of the direction that they're traveling.
By applying their intimate understanding of boat technology and the ocean itself, these ancient mariners mastered navigation over some of the most challenging waters in the world. From navigation to brain surgery, from snow goggles to accounting systems, the indigenous peoples of the Americas are responsible for countless discoveries in science and technology. Innovations like the first use of the number 0 and life-saving medicines are still in use today. These legacies are a tribute to our ancestors' ingenuity and remind us that their accomplishments were as significant as those made by other societies in the world before 1491. We are the first peoples of the Americas. We have been here from the beginning. Our ancestors navigated by the wind and stars, crossing vast oceans and mountain ranges, searching for new lands. Over thousands of years, our ancestors became astronomers and architects, philosophers and scientists, artists and inventors. We created distinct societies and built vast trade systems that covered 2 continents. In 1492, our world was changed forever, but we did not disappear. Today, the languages and teachings of our ancestors remain. And these are the untold stories of the Americas before Columbus. creative spirit is at the heart of every indigenous culture in the Americas. The artistic genius of our ancestors was evident in every aspect of life, from traditional ceremonies to the creation of everyday objects. Our histories were carefully passed down from generation to generation through stories, songs, and dances. Perhaps the most visible reminders of our past are the works of art that our ancestors left for us. Through ceramic, metal, wood, and woven materials, we've discovered the very essence of our cultures before 1491. For thousands of years, indigenous people have been creating tools and art from gold, silver, copper, and bronze. The technology of metallurgy in the Americas before 1491 was possibly the most advanced in the world. The mining and manufacturing of metals was an established technology in Western South America around 2,000 years ago. Evidence of simple gold beads was discovered near Lake Titicaca that dates back 4,000 years. The Inca are often credited with developing the metallurgy traditions in South America. They were, after all, the dominant society when gold production was at its peak 600 years ago. But the extraction and purification of metals and the creation of metal alloys was practiced by indigenous cultures in the Andes 1,000 years or more before the Inca civilization existed. Gold objects were a status symbol reserved for the Sapa Inca and the elite. Commoners only wore gold during religious and state ceremonies.
They were the most advanced civilization in the processing of metallurgy in the American continent. They live in an area where the ore was abundant and with techniques that perhaps were superior to the European ones.
Skilled artisans throughout the Inca Empire were conscripted to produce jewelry and ceremonial objects for the Sapa Inca and his extended family. The artisans were often required to move from their own cities to work in the Inca capital of Cusco.
There was a cosmology, an ideology identified with the metals. Gold was identified with the sun, and silver was identified with the moon. And the tumbagas, which were mixtures or alloys of gold and silver and copper, were identified with kind of the androgynous being of the metals, such that they represented both the male and female element, the heavens and the earth, and a whole host of other things that were sacred to the people that worked in those metals.
Inca goldsmiths used a variety of different smelting techniques to produce alloys.
There is one element, more than gold or silver, there is one element that the Incas had in abundance: mercury. Why mercury? Because you need mercury to basically remove impurities in the ore and obtain only pure silver and pure gold.
Ari, chimuruna kang mikanki, ancha raksiska.
I've identified over 50 metallurgical traditions, from the electrochemical plating of gold onto less precious metals, all the way through to gilding processes, and even the production of platinum, which is among the first uses of platinum in the world. These 50 traditions have often been identified with things like Sheffield plating. Last I recall, Sheffield is in England, and yet we have the earlier precedents for this innovation and technology in Peru.
A region as rich in resources and people as the Inca Empire required an efficient road system for transportation. Many of the products used by the ruling family, such as precious stones, woven material, and feathers, were transported along this vast road system. The Inca Empire stretched from Colombia to the southern tip of Chile. Connecting the millions of people living in this region was the Great Inca Road, a 40,000-kilometer highway that crisscrossed mountains, deserts, and forests. The Chasqui was a long-distance relay runner who traveled the Great Road to deliver packages to the rulers and the artisans who created works of art for the Sapa Inca's family.
Imay natangkay pilutarwas numang mana puruyuta.
Yakikuiniki kawaike, mana kunalyan chuchayra chimonka. Aliyan mikanka.
The Chasqui handed his packages of precious materials to the next runner at a tambos, or resting house.
Sinchi kalpawancha paumsharanki, jicha khatata shankira.
Kay welka forkunaka, inkak pizuninpa kanka, intira mi pichura kunampa. Apay kayita. Kosko patariko chimurunama konki. Kay purukunapika sinchin kalpan kashan. Ama maypipa sayankichu, koskoma chayanayki kaman, uskaylla tiri.
Kapurukunataqa chiyarachisaq, mana samarispa.
Uskaylla tiri.
The jewelry and other objects that the Inca artisans created from gold and silver were part of a complex cultural dynamic that connected the ruling Sapa Inca and his family to the important deities like the sun god Inti. Although they were highly regarded in society, creating the metal objects for ceremonies, artisans performed their work at the pleasure of the Sapa Inca and the elite class.
Perhaps we lost many other possible paths that perhaps were better, perhaps were more efficient, perhaps were more beautiful, perhaps were even more sustainable.
At the peak of the Inca civilization, the goldsmiths and artisans were masters of metallurgy techniques and the creation of brilliant works of art.
One of mankind's greatest achievements was developing technologies to extract metals from rock. This led to the invention of bronze and iron tools and weapons, and the creation of gold and silver jewelry and art. The earliest manufactured gold in the world was discovered at an ancient cemetery on the western shores of the Black Sea. More than 3,000 pieces of gold jewelry and artifacts were found at this site. The Egyptians were among the first civilizations to mine and use gold. It was an important part of the ceremonies associated with the burials of the pharaohs and their families. The first evidence of metal art in the Americas was found in the form of gold foil beads near Lake Titicaca. Later, methods of metal extraction and processing were developed in northern Peru and Colombia. Today, gold continues to be as powerful a symbol of wealth and status as it was in ancient times.
While story is at the core of every art form, oral storytelling has preserved the cultural identity of indigenous peoples for thousands of years. Stories are the memories of our ancestors, and through them, they ensure that the values, rituals, knowledge, and ways of life are kept alive.
Those stories are what are held as being the foundation of an understanding of where you have come, where you are, and where you may go in the future.
Every indigenous culture has a story about their origins as a people. These creation stories tell us how they came to be. In Northwest North America, a Haida creation story tells of a raven discovering first people as they emerged from a clamshell on a beach. The Tsimshian people have a story about the origins of the killer whale. A white wolf longed to tell the history of the world through song. He left the land and went undersea, where he transformed into a killer whale. Today, he calls out to his wolf family, who still live on the land.
There is a journey through a storied landscape. And so as you begin to hear descriptions of this journey, the people will usually say that they stopped in different places.
The Inuit and their ancestors have lived in the Arctic for thousands of years. A rich storytelling tradition evolved over countless generations through the sharing of legends between elders and children.
We have great camaraderie with all the other Arctic peoples of the world because, we were nomads. Like, we traveled, to Alaska, Greenland, all over the north. And we all speak the same language with many different dialects. So I can talk to people from Alaska and Inuktitut. I can talk to people from Greenland, and we can understand each other pretty well. So we had all these stories, these traditional legends, and they were told right across the north. As you listen to these stories, you fall asleep to them every night, and they teach you a lesson, and you dream, about these characters, and they become your heroes. The most famous person that, I can think of is a man called Kivio. My grandmother said Kivio was born so long ago that he was the very first person. The beginning of the Kivio stories actually talks about a little boy who's also an orphan. He was being bullied by all these kids in the community, and his grandmother made him clothing out of young seal. And she said, I would like you to go down to the beach. And when you get to the water's edge, I would like you to take the seal skin and pull it over your head and jump into the water and go for a swim and come up right in front of all your mean friends who are playing on the beach. And sure enough, all the mean boys were playing on the beach. The little boy took the seal skin. He pulled it over his head so that it fit nicely, and he looked like a little seal. And then he took a deep breath, and he jumped into the water. And he came up right in front of all the mean boys who were playing on the beach. They thought he was a little seal. They grabbed their kayaks, their long skinny skin boats, and they started paddling, following the little seal. The little seal would go down in the water, and he would swim a little bit farther out, and then he would come up again. And then he would go down, and he would swim a little bit farther out, and then he would come up again. And when they were way out at sea, when the little seal came up, he would lift up his arm and his leg, and he would sing, Anopiga na, Anopiga kaili, unga, unga. Where is my wind? I want my wind. People say the weather that was on the day you were born is your very own weather. And this little boy was born on a very, very windy day. And he was calling the weather that was on the day he was born. The wind heard him, and it started to come. It got windier and windier and windier, and before long there were huge waves in the water. And the kayaks with all the mean boys were going up and down in the big waves. And every now and then a giant wave would come and it would flip the kayaks over. And before long, there was only one person left. That person was Kivio. Kivio landed his kayak over on the other side of the ocean. And so he started traveling, trying to find his way home. And while he was trying to find his way home, it seems like he traveled through every part of the north, because there are stories about him everywhere. He traveled across this ocean and ended up on the other side in this very strange place, and he got homesick, so he started traveling, trying to find his way home. What people say about Kivio is that he was the first person, but he's still alive today. He is so old, his body is turning to stone. And someday, when his heart turns completely to stone and stops, that will be the end of the universe. In the Finnish language, they have a word which sounds just like Kivio, and it means stone man. So if you go back far enough in Finnish history, you might find stories about this very same person.
Of all the indigenous forms of art, storytelling remains the most essential to the teaching of culture, our relationship with others, and our connection to the environment.
We have all these stories, these incredible legends that teach us how to care for the young and to help the more disadvantaged people in our world, and teach us how to live with each other. Because, nobody survives if they don't have a structure like that.
They came to know something about themselves, something about relationship and responsibility. And they carried that knowledge and that perspective to the next place that they journeyed to. The stories mirror, the deepest longings, the deepest understandings, the most profound thoughts, if you will, of a people. And they're guiding thoughts. They're the thoughts that guide through generations.
Rock art is one of the oldest art forms in the world. By carving or scraping the surface of rocks with stone or bone tools, indigenous people in the Americas created visual stories called petroglyphs. Many of the images carry deep cultural meaning and provide us with a connection to our past.
There are many petroglyph sites that tend to be concentrated at really interesting locations on the landscape. Why the rock art is there is of great interest to archaeologists. However, we cannot fully understand these sites without considering the cultural knowledge associated with them.
Petroglyphs had many functions: to mark a trail, record an important event, or tell a story.
For me, as an indigenous archaeologist, I do use the science aspect of trying to find and locate sites. But we can also look at our oral histories and our place names and our traditions. We can come to understand landscapes from a cultural perspective and a scientific perspective. But when we layer those two together, we only enhance our understanding of the past.
The mountains haven't changed since the days of our ancestors. We see paths of their travels, prehistoric trails that they've taken. And yes, definitely the petroglyphs, the symbols and designs that remind us of our traditional religious practices, our ceremony, our rituals. All those things are evidence of their presence and their use of this landscape. They're etched in the stone because they wanted them to survive, those messages to survive. They wanted those symbols, designs to be recognized and utilized by the people. These are messages or reminders to all our O'odham people, to continue our way of life.
Today, we find petroglyphs in every part of the Western Hemisphere. They offer us a glimpse into the way of life and dream worlds of our ancestors. On cave walls, cliff faces, and rock overhangs throughout the Americas, indigenous people painted images that represented the world around them. Pictographs were drawn, painted, or stained on the rock surface using organic materials like ochre and charcoal. One of the oldest pictograph sites in the Americas is the Cave of Hands site in Argentina. The ancestors of the people of Patagonia covered the ceilings and walls with hundreds of handprints. Artists filled hollow bird bones with pigment, then placed their hand against the wall or ceiling. By blowing the pigment through the tube, the paint left the outline of a hand. Painted over the course of several thousand years, the illustrations on the walls of this site reveal the hunting practices of the people of the region. Pictographs are also found throughout North America, with the largest concentrations in the Great Lakes region, the Southwest, and along the West Coast. Like those in South America, most of the pictographs of North America were painted with ochre.
Ochre, being very rich, dark red, really symbolizes life and power. And it provides a way to spiritually connect with your ancestors and, of course, the landscape and the resources that surround you. In Squamish culture, we refer to this as tumith, and it translates as paint.
The images portrayed in pictographs are more than storyboards of ancient times. The ochre itself offers a valuable insight into the lives of the people who used it as paint.
One of the ways that I've researched tumith ochre is by doing some non-destructive analysis called X-ray fluorescence. This gives me an elemental signature of the ochre. So I can then go and find natural outcrops of the ochre and try and match the signature from a pictograph to a geological deposit where that material was gathered. And so that gives us a little more understanding on how people use their landscape and the way they associated those paintings with what surrounds those sites.
One of the mysteries of rock art is its frequent similarity with artistic styles in different regions of the Americas.
Many researchers have noted that the styles and patterns of certain rock art images are the same. And early on in archaeological research, many people said, well, maybe this was a widespread tradition, or maybe it was a certain group of people who moved around. Really, this is just a reflection of what is in the local environment, and of course, a shared human nature.
Storytelling through petroglyphs and pictographs is one of the earliest forms of creative expression. Collectively, rock art stands as a visual library of natural and human history throughout the Americas before 1491.
Rock art is one of the earliest forms of creative expressions in human history. The oldest pictographs have survived tens of thousands of years in the shelter of rocky landscapes where they were painted. Australia is home to more rock art than any continent on Earth. Detailed drawings of birds, wildlife, and plants in pictographs found in the Northern Territories offer a glimpse of ancient flora and fauna in the region. The ancient caves of southern France are home to a remarkable collection of rock art. Horses, bears, and bison, some as large as 5 meters, adorn the walls of these caves. Argentina's Cave of Hands was created over a span of several thousand years. The illustrations on the walls of this site reveal the hunting practices of indigenous people over 10,000 years ago. The artwork at pictograph sites and the detailed depictions of vegetation, animals, and humans make rock paintings a visual library of natural and human history around the world.
The art of weaving natural fibers into baskets, clothing, and bedding has been part of indigenous cultures in the Americas for thousands of years. The techniques used to create these materials vary from nation to nation. Iroquoian and Algonquin basket makers used pounded ash bark and braided sweetgrass for their baskets. The Cherokee made baskets out of bundled pine needles, coiled sumac, and willow. The Anishinaabe and Dene made birch bark baskets. In Northern California, Maidu women developed basket weaving to a high art form. Their baskets were so tightly woven they could be used to carry water and cook food. In many indigenous cultures, skilled basket makers blended dyes and a variety of materials to weave their baskets.
Some things were decorated with beautiful geometric designs, and you could tell that somebody took the time to make those patterns, to make it beautiful.
In the Pacific Northwest, cedar bark, roots, and grasses were the materials used to make a wide range of woven products.
There's traditional basketry that goes on all the way from Alaska all the way down the coast. And there are some similarities, and there's, a lot of differences as well, from tribe to tribe.
The Nuchanoth and Makah nations were among the finest basket weavers in the Americas. When the 400-year-old Ozet village site was discovered long buried beneath a mudslide, it gave contemporary weavers a rare look at the traditional forms of weaving of the Makah people.
Underneath the mud was whole houses filled with everything a person needed in those days to survive. And so you could see, how advanced it and the knowledge was that these folks had in the things that they made.
For the Makah, as with other indigenous peoples, the art of weaving wasn't limited to making baskets.
They had mats that could be folded up and then rolled up and stored, capes to keep you warm, rain hats to keep the rain off, baskets to store your fish and your ceremonial items, and beautifully made too. They were artfully created. Both men and women in those eras had to make their own items. Some of the turndowns and weaves are very complicated. And you think, man, how did somebody, come up with how to execute making a knob top hat and keeping it at a certain pitch? Gathering all these different materials and learning how to create a weave to make these things. Who figured it out how to pull bark from the tree and take the outer bark off and to pound it, make it really, really soft enough to make a diaper for a baby?
The materials used in basketry depended on the natural resources available in each territory. For the Nuchanoth and the Makah of the Northwest, cedar proved to be the ideal material for weaving.
With the cedar tree, there were cedar boughs that were used for making ka'awits baskets, which are pack baskets in our language. People would use them to carry heavy loads such as firewood or clams and things like that. And then the cedar root was used as the tension weavers that go around the basket. And then also cedar bark, or what we call pitzop. Just the cedar tree alone was utilized for everything.
basketry, with its many forms, styles, and distinct patterns, provides insight into the resources, cultures, and traditions of indigenous peoples throughout the North American continent. While the earliest pottery was used for cooking, over the centuries the technology evolved into an art form. The distinct materials, designs, and colors used in pottery provides clues to the cultural origins of its maker. The earliest pottery in the Americas was produced in the lower Amazon basin about 7,500 years ago. Around 6,000 years ago, pottery emerged in other regions of South America. The people of North America began their own pottery traditions about 4,000 years ago. In the American Southwest, pottery played a utilitarian and spiritual role. The Pueblo developed traditions for molding, firing, and decorating clay. Artists used brushes made from yucca leaves to paint their pottery. They also used tools to create designs on the wet clay. After firing the pottery, smooth stones were rubbed over the surface to create a polished finish. Just as stories were woven into baskets, capes, and blankets, story was part of each piece of pottery.
We have representations of buffalo, of deer, of turkeys, of all of the different animals that are part of our landscape, and you see an ecological tapestry. That tapestry of interrelationship, of connection to plants, to animals, to the natural forces of the world, those things that sustain the people through time, through generations. There's a whole process that parallels the creative process in that every stage of the creation of a pot becomes a way to meditate and to think about some of those ideas, those primal ideas that are part of our stories. Relationship to the land in terms of leaving offerings and thanking the Earth Mother for her gift of clay, to thinking about the kinds of designs and symbols that one will place on one's pottery represent, which is another stage of thinking and learning about the story and learning through the story, to the actual, the creation of the pot, the polishing of the pot, the firing of the pot, and then finally the gifting of the pot. All of which in many ways incorporate indigenous core values of respect, responsibility, of relationship. These are the principles, these are the essences of thought that still remain as being the thread that holds us together. The community is the holder of culture, language, tradition. And so through time, the community becomes the real vessel that you try to sustain.
Ancient peoples in every part of the world developed pottery traditions. The earliest pieces were bowls and pots used for storage and cooking. Later, clay was molded into ceremonial items, masks, pipes, and even musical instruments. The first pottery makers in Japan coiled ropes of clay to form round bowls. After smoothing the surface with tools, they baked the clay in fire pits to produce ceramic pots that could be used for cooking. The oldest pottery tradition in the world had its origins in Southeast China. Their pots and bowls were made from clay mixed with ground quartz, sand, and feldspar. The earliest potters in the Americas lived in the lower Amazon basin. They made red and black clay pots, often decorated with paint, that were used to store and cook food. While the first pottery in the world was used for cooking, over the centuries, the technology evolved into an art form, as well as an important expression of cultural identity.
Masks have been a part of indigenous culture in the Americas for thousands of years. Some of the earliest masks were carved in ivory by the Dorset people. Later, Inuit of the Arctic used masks for storytelling and ceremonies. The Hopi and Pueblo cultures used kachina masks in traditional dance ceremonies. In Northwest North America, artists carved intricate masks from cedar, yew, and alder, using distinct form lines that can be seen on 5,000-year-old petroglyphs. West Coast nations created masks depicting humans, animals, and supernatural beings for ceremonies called potlatches. The families who host potlatches bring out their masks, songs, and dances to record their family lineage, display wealth, and honor a birth, marriage, or death. Carvers started their training as young boys, often learning from an uncle or grandfather. When the apprenticeship was completed, they would spend their lives carving masks and poles for their family and community.
A mask can be a very powerful thing amongst our people. A mask means so much more than just an art piece for our people, even today, but especially before contact. It means connections to our stories. We don't just make it up and carve any old mask that we want. We have to have that right in order to wear that mask. The masks are created in order to retell origin stories and old stories, and it's a way of bringing those old legends to life in our ceremonies. In the light of a big house, reflective properties are really crucial, and so we like to decorate our masks and frontlets with reflective shell in order to cast light back to the viewer. And for us, light, in the darkness of the winter months, light is so important, and that reflection has a spiritual quality to it.
Presented together at potlatches, carved masks, dances, and songs told stories owned by the host families.
And we believe that our ancestors were able to take off their animal clothes, and they were human underneath. And so there's a time of transformation when they can go back and forth between being human or animal creature. We create masks in order to tell those stories.
While potlatches bonded families and communities through ceremony, they also played a central role in establishing relationships with neighboring nations.
During the wintertime is when we held our most important ceremonies, when we would invite other villages to come to our communities, to witness our dances and listen to the songs that are owned by the host family. We invite other people to witness what we have to show and share, and they validate the ownership of those rights and prerogatives by attending potlatches or winter ceremonials. One of the most important things that we create to this day are items that are used in ceremonial contexts. Reminds us of our role in the community, a role that's continued through countless generations, and connects us to the artists that were creating the exact same pieces. It connects us to those same people that did the exact same thing for the exact same reason. When we see one of our masks being used in the big house or one of our frontlets being danced, it shows that connection to the past and connection to our culture, and really gives us as artists a reason for being, and it's about that connection to culture and place and our ancestors.
Totem poles are wooden monuments created by artists in many nations in the Northwest. They were raised in prominent locations like the entrance to a big house or along the shoreline to a village. Animal crests and supernatural beings carved on the poles represented the stories that belonged to a family.
When we look at totem poles, it's often telling those same stories as well, because you look at them and you see those same animals, and sometimes you'll see the human ancestor figure depicted as well. So it's showing that prehistory for our people, the very first histories during the time of transformation. It's about that connection to culture and place and our ancestors.
Art, sculpted from stone, wood, clay, and fiber, are reminders of the artistic genius of our ancestors. But art was not the only cultural expression of indigenous peoples before 1491.
Ancient peoples in every part of the world used masks for rituals, celebrations, and storytelling. The earliest evidence of masks can be found in rock paintings that date back more than 30,000 years. The oldest masks in the world were discovered in the Judean hills near Jerusalem. They were created at a time when agriculture was first developing in Mesopotamia and people were establishing permanent towns throughout the region. Mycenae was an important center of power and trade in ancient Greece. Some of the earliest gold masks from this area were found in burials of people who had high social status in the community. The earliest masks in the Arctic were made of ivory by the Dorset peoples. Later, the Inuit made and used masks for storytelling and ceremonies. Masks continue to be used throughout the world in traditional ceremonies that honor ancestors and preserve cultures.
Music, dance, and storytelling are a part of every nation in the Americas. These diverse cultural expressions bring us together through sacred ceremonies and community celebrations. In many ways, art is the expression of indigenous peoples' relationship with the natural and spirit worlds. We have come to know our ancestors on a deeper level through their artistic traditions before 1491. Passed down from generation to generation, these traditions continue in our communities to this day. We are the first peoples of the Americas. We have been here from the beginning. Our ancestors navigated by the wind and stars, crossing vast oceans and mountain ranges, searching for new lands. Over thousands of years, our ancestors became astronomers and architects, philosophers and scientists, artists and inventors. We created distinct societies and built vast trade systems that covered 2 continents. In 1492, our world was changed forever, but we did not disappear. Today, the languages and teachings of our ancestors remain. And these are the untold stories of the Americas before Columbus. The creative spirit is at the heart of every indigenous culture in the Americas. The artistic genius of our ancestors was evident in every aspect of life, from traditional ceremonies to the creation of everyday objects. Our histories were carefully passed down from generation to generation through stories, songs, and dances. Perhaps the most visible reminders of our past are the works of art that our ancestors left for us. Through ceramic, metal, wood, and woven materials, we've discovered the very essence of our cultures before 1491. For thousands of years, indigenous people have been creating tools and art from gold, silver, copper, and bronze. The technology of metallurgy in the Americas before 1491 was possibly the most advanced in the world. The mining and manufacturing of metals was an established technology in Western South America around 2,000 years ago. Evidence of simple gold beads was discovered near Lake Titicaca that dates back 4,000 years. The Inca are often credited with developing the metallurgy traditions in South America. They were, after all, the dominant society when gold production was at its peak 600 years ago. But the extraction and purification of metals and the creation of metal alloys was practiced by indigenous cultures in the Andes 1,000 years or more before the Inca civilization existed. Gold objects were a status symbol reserved for the Sapa Inca and the elite. Commoners only wore gold during religious and state ceremonies.
Manamunang kakutu wilahong naka, manapuru ang ruwas ka pilutaka.
They were the most advanced civilization in the processing of metallurgy in the American continent. They lived in an area where the ore was abundant and with techniques that perhaps were superior to the European ones.
Skilled artisans throughout the Inca Empire were conscripted to produce jewelry and ceremonial objects for the Sapa Inca and his extended family. The artisans were often required to move from their own cities to work in the Inca capital of Cusco.
There was a cosmology, an ideology identified with the metals. Gold was identified with the sun, and silver was identified with the moon. And the tumbagas, which were mixtures or alloys of gold and silver and copper, were identified with kind of the androgynous being of the metals, such that they represented both the male and female element, the heavens and the earth, and a whole host of other things that were sacred to the people that worked in those metals.
Inca goldsmiths used a variety of different smelting techniques to produce alloys.
There is one element, more than gold or silver, there is one element that the Incas had in abundance: mercury. Why mercury? Because you need mercury to basically remove impurities in the ore and obtain only pure silver and pure gold.
Kay misin tialing ruwas kay tukoy kaufaini.
Ari, chimuruna kang mikanki ancha raksiskan.
I've identified over 50 metallurgical traditions, from the electrochemical plating of gold onto less precious metals, all the way through to gilding processes, and even the production of platinum, which is among the first uses of platinum in the world. These 50 traditions have often been identified with things like Sheffield plating. Last I recall, Sheffield is in England, and yet we have the earlier precedents for this innovation and technology in Peru.
Sinchu may pimapawah ka pamasong purutaka.
Ama nisyo talyaki kuy chuweke. Niya chachaya mong kanya.
A region as rich in resources and people as the Inca Empire required an efficient road system for transportation. Many of the products used by the ruling family, such as precious stones, woven material, and feathers, were transported along this vast road system. The Inca Empire stretched from Colombia to the southern tip of Chile. Connecting the millions of people living in this region was the Great Inca Road, a 40,000-kilometer highway that crisscrossed mountains, deserts, and forests. The Chasqui was a long-distance relay runner who traveled the Great Road to deliver packages to the rulers and the artisans who created works of art for the Sapa Inca's family.
Yakikuiniki kawaike, mana kunayan chuchaira chimonga. Aliyan mikanga. The Chasqui handed his packages of precious materials to the next runner at a tambos, or resting house.
Sinchi kalpawancha paumsharangi jicha khatata shankira.
Kay welka forkunaka, inkak pizuinimpa kanka, intira mi pichura kunampa, apay kaita. Kosko patariko chimurunama konki. Kay purukunapika sinchin kalpan kasha. Ama maypipa sayankichu, koskoma chayanayki kaman, uskayla tiri.
Kapurukunataqa chiyarachisaq, mana samarispa.
Uskayla tiri.
The jewelry and other objects that the Inca artisans created from gold and silver were part of a complex cultural dynamic that connected the ruling Sapa Inca and his family to the important deities like the sun god Inti. Although they were highly regarded in society, creating the metal objects for ceremonies, artisans performed their work at the pleasure of the Sapa Inca and the elite class.
Perhaps we lost many other possible paths that perhaps were better, perhaps were more efficient, perhaps were more beautiful, perhaps were even more sustainable.
At the peak of the Inca civilization, the goldsmiths and artisans were masters of metallurgy techniques and the creation of brilliant works of art.
One of mankind's greatest achievements was developing technologies to extract metals from rock. This led to the invention of bronze and iron tools and weapons, and the creation of gold and silver jewelry and art. The earliest manufactured gold in the world was discovered at an ancient cemetery on the western shores of the Black Sea. More than 3,000 pieces of gold jewelry and artifacts were found at this site. The Egyptians were among the first civilizations to mine and use gold. It was an important part of the ceremonies associated with the burials of the pharaohs and their families. The first evidence of metal art in the Americas was found in the form of gold foil beads near Lake Titicaca. Later, methods of metal extraction and processing were developed in northern Peru and Colombia. Today, gold continues to be as powerful a symbol of wealth and status as it was in ancient times.
While story is at the core of every art form, oral storytelling has preserved the cultural identity of indigenous peoples for thousands of years. Stories are the memories of our ancestors, and through them, they ensure that the values, rituals, knowledge, and ways of life are kept alive.
Those stories are what are held as being the foundation of an understanding of where you have come, where you are, and where you may go in the future.
Every indigenous culture has a story about their origins as a people. These creation stories tell us how they came to be. In Northwest North America, a Haida creation story tells of a raven discovering first people as they emerged from a clamshell on a beach. The Tsimshian people have a story about the origins of the killer whale. A white wolf longed to tell the history of the world through song. He left the land and went undersea, where he transformed into a killer whale. Today, he calls out to his wolf family, who still live on the land.
There is a journey through a storied landscape. And so as you begin to hear descriptions of this journey, the people will usually say that they stopped in different places.
The Inuit and their ancestors have lived in the Arctic for thousands of years. A rich storytelling tradition evolved over countless generations through the sharing of legends between elders and children.
We have a great camaraderie with all the other Arctic peoples of the world because, we were nomads. Like, we traveled, to Alaska, Greenland, all over the north. And we all speak the same language with many different dialects. So I can talk to people from Alaska and Inuktitut. I can talk to people from Greenland, and we can understand each other pretty well. So we had all these stories, these traditional legends, and they were told right across the north. As you listen to these stories, you fall asleep to them every night, and they teach you a lesson, and you dream, about these characters, and they become your heroes. The most famous person that, I can think of is a man called Kivio. My grandmother said Kivio was born so long ago that he was the very first person. The beginning of the Kivio stories actually talks about a little boy who's also an orphan. He was being bullied by all these kids in the community, and his grandmother made him clothing out of young seal. And she said, I would like you to go down to the beach. And when you get to the water's edge, I would like you to take the seal skin and pull it over your head and jump into the water and go for a swim and come up right in front of all your mean friends who are playing on the beach. And sure enough, all the mean boys were playing on the beach. The little boy took the seal skin. He pulled it over his head so that it fit nicely, and he looked like a little seal. And then he took a deep breath, and he jumped into the water. And he came up right in front of all the mean boys who were playing on the beach. They thought he was a little seal. They grabbed their kayaks, their long skinny skin boats, and they started paddling, following the little seal. The little seal would go down in the water, and he would swim a little bit farther out, and then he would come up again. And then he would go down, and he would swim a little bit farther out, and then he would come up again. And when they were way out at sea, when the little seal came up, he would lift up his arm and his leg, and he would sing, "Ano ka na? Ano ka kaili? Unga, unga. Where is my wind? I want my wind." People say the weather that was on the day you were born is your very own weather. And this little boy was born on a very, very windy day, and he was calling the weather that was on the day he was born. The wind heard him, and it started to come. It got windier and windier and windier, and before long there were huge waves in the water. And the kayaks with all the mean boys were going up and down in the big waves. And every now and then a giant wave would come and it would flip the kayaks over. And before long, there was only one person left. That person was Kivio. Kivio landed his kayak over on the other side of the ocean. And so he started traveling, trying to find his way home. And while he was trying to find his way home, it seems like he traveled through every part of the north because there are stories about him everywhere. He traveled across this ocean and ended up on the other side in this very strange place, and he got homesick, so he started traveling, trying to find his way home. What people say about Kivio is that he was the first person, but he's still alive today. He is so old, his body is turning to stone. And someday, when his heart turns completely to stone and stops, that will be the end of the universe. In the Finnish language, they have a word which sounds just like Kivio, and it means stone man. So if you go back far enough in Finnish history, you might find stories about this very same person.
Of all the indigenous forms of art, storytelling remains the most essential to the teaching of culture, our relationship with others, and our connection to the environment.
We have all these stories, these incredible legends that teach us how to care for the young and to help the more disadvantaged people in our world, and teach us how to live with each other. Because, nobody survives if they don't have a structure like that.
They came to know something about themselves, something about relationship and responsibility. And they carried that knowledge and that perspective to the next place that they journeyed to. The stories mirror, the deepest longings, the deepest understandings, the most profound thoughts, if you will, of a people. And they're guiding thoughts. They're the thoughts that guide through generations.
Rock art is one of the oldest art forms in the world. By carving or scraping the surface of rocks with stone or bone tools, indigenous people in the Americas created visual stories called petroglyphs. Many of the images carry deep cultural meaning and provide us with a connection to our past.
There are many petroglyph sites that tend to be concentrated at really interesting locations on the landscape. Why the rock art is there is of great interest to archaeologists. However, we cannot fully understand these sites without considering the cultural knowledge associated with them.
Petroglyphs had many functions: to mark a trail, record an important event, or tell a story.
For me, as an indigenous archaeologist, I do use the science aspect of trying to find and locate sites. But we can also look at our oral histories and our place names and our traditions. We can come to understand landscapes from a cultural perspective and a scientific perspective. But when we layer those two together, we only enhance our understanding of the past.
The mountains haven't changed since the days of our ancestors. We see paths of their travels, prehistoric trails that they've taken. And yes, definitely the petroglyphs, the symbols and designs that remind us of our traditional religious practices, our ceremony, our rituals. All those things are evidence of their presence and their use of this landscape. They're etched in the stone because they wanted them to survive, those messages to survive. They wanted those symbols, designs to be recognized and utilized by the people. These are messages or reminders to all our O'odham people, to continue our way of life.
Today, we find petroglyphs in every part of the Western Hemisphere. They offer us a glimpse into the way of life and dream worlds of our ancestors. On cave walls, cliff faces, and rock overhangs throughout the Americas, indigenous people painted images that represented the world around them. Pictographs were drawn, painted, or stained on the rock's surface using organic materials like ochre and charcoal. One of the oldest pictograph sites in the Americas is the Cave of Hands site in Argentina. The ancestors of the people of Patagonia covered the ceilings and walls with hundreds of handprints. Artists filled hollow bird bones with pigment, then placed their hand against the wall or ceiling. By blowing the pigment through the tube, the paint left the outline of a hand. Painted over the course of several thousand years, the illustrations on the walls of this site reveal the hunting practices of the people of the region. Pictographs are also found throughout North America, with the largest concentrations in the Great Lakes region, the Southwest, and along the West Coast. Like those in South America, most of the pictographs of North America were painted with ochre.
Ochre, being very rich, dark red, really symbolizes life and power. And it provides a way to spiritually connect with your ancestors and, of course, the landscape and the resources that surround you. In Squamish culture, we refer to this as tumith, and it translates as paint.
The images portrayed in pictographs are more than storyboards of ancient times. The ochre itself offers a valuable insight into the lives of the people who used it as paint.
One of the ways that I've researched tumith ochre is by doing some non-destructive analysis called X-ray fluorescence. This gives me an elemental signature of the ochre. So I can then go and find natural outcrops of the ochre and try and match the signature from a pictograph to a geological deposit where that material was gathered. And so that gives us a little more understanding on how people use their landscape and the way they associated those paintings with what surrounds those sites.
One of the mysteries of rock art is its frequent similarity with artistic styles in different regions of the Americas.
Many researchers have noted that the styles and patterns of certain rock art images are the same. And early on in archaeological research, many people said, well, maybe this was a widespread tradition, or maybe it was a certain group of people who moved around. Really, this is just a reflection of what is in the local environment, and of course, a shared human nature.
Storytelling through petroglyphs and pictographs is one of the earliest forms of creative expression. Collectively, rock art stands as a visual library of natural and human history throughout the Americas before 1491.
Rock art is one of the earliest forms of creative expressions in human history. The oldest pictographs have survived tens of thousands of years in the shelter of rocky landscapes where they were painted. Australia is home to more rock art than any continent on Earth. Detailed drawings of birds, wildlife, and plants in pictographs found in the Northern Territories offer a glimpse of ancient flora and fauna in the region. The ancient caves of southern France are home to a remarkable collection of rock art. Horses, bears, and bison, some as large as 5 meters, adorn the walls of these caves. Argentina's Cave of Hands was created over a span of several thousand years. The illustrations on the walls of this site reveal the hunting practices of indigenous people over 10,000 years ago. The artwork at pictograph sites and the detailed depictions of vegetation, animals, and humans make rock paintings a visual library of natural and human history around the world.
The art of weaving natural fibers into baskets, clothing, and bedding has been part of indigenous cultures in the Americas for thousands of years. The techniques used to create these materials vary from nation to nation. Iroquoian and Algonquin basket makers used pounded ash bark and braided sweetgrass for their baskets. The Cherokee made baskets out of bundled pine needles, coiled sumac, and willow. The Anishinaabe and Dene made birch bark baskets. In Northern California, Maidu women developed basket weaving to a high art form. Their baskets were so tightly woven they could be used to carry water and cook food. In many indigenous cultures, skilled basket makers blended dyes and a variety of materials to weave their baskets.
Some things were decorated with beautiful geometric designs, and you could tell that somebody took the time to make those patterns, to make it beautiful.
In the Pacific Northwest, cedar bark, roots, and grasses were the materials used to make a wide range of woven products.
There's traditional basketry that goes on all the way from Alaska all the way down the coast. And there are some similarities, and there's, a lot of differences as well, from tribe to tribe.
The Nuu-chah-nulth and Makah nations were among the finest basket weavers in the Americas. When the 400-year-old Ozette village site was discovered long buried beneath a mudslide, it gave contemporary weavers a rare look at the traditional forms of weaving of the Makah people.
Underneath the mud was whole houses filled with everything a person needed in those days to survive. And so you could see, how advanced it and the knowledge was that these folks had in the things that they made.
For the Makah, as with other indigenous peoples, the art of weaving wasn't limited to making baskets.
They had mats that could be folded up and then rolled up and stored, capes to keep you warm, rain hats to keep the rain off, baskets to store your fish and your ceremonial items, and beautifully made too. They were artfully created. Both men and women in those eras had to make their own items. Some of the turndowns and weaves are very complicated. And you think, man, how did somebody, come up with how to execute making a knob top hat and keeping it at a certain pitch? Gathering all these different materials and learning how to create a weave to make these things. Who figured it out, how to pull bark from the tree and take the outer bark off and to pound it, make it really, really soft enough to make a diaper for a baby?
The materials used in basketry depended on the natural resources available in each territory. For the Nuu-chah-nulth and the Makah of the Northwest, cedar proved to be the ideal material for weaving.
With the cedar tree, there were cedar boughs that were used for making ka'awits baskets, which are pack baskets in our language. People would use them to carry heavy loads such as firewood or clams and things like that. And then the cedar root was used as the tension weavers that go around the basket. And then also cedar bark, or what we call pitsup. Just a cedar tree alone was utilized for everything.
Basketry, with its many forms, styles, and distinct patterns, provides insight into the resources, cultures, and traditions of indigenous peoples throughout the North American continent. While the earliest pottery was used for cooking, over the centuries the technology evolved into an art form. The distinct materials, designs, and colors used in pottery provides clues to the cultural origins of its maker. The earliest pottery in the Americas was produced in the lower Amazon basin about 7,500 years ago. Around 6,000 years ago, pottery emerged in other regions of South America. The people of North America began their own pottery traditions about 4,000 years ago. In the American Southwest, pottery played a utilitarian and spiritual role. The Pueblo developed traditions for molding, firing, and decorating clay. Artists used brushes made from yucca leaves to paint their pottery. They also used tools to create designs on the wet clay. After firing the pottery, smooth stones were rubbed over the surface to create a polished finish. Just as stories were woven into baskets, capes, and blankets, story was part of each piece of pottery.
We have representations of buffalo, of deer, of turkeys, of all of the different animals that are a part of our landscape, and you see an ecological tapestry. That tapestry of interrelationship, of connection to plants, to animals, to the natural forces of the world, those things that sustain the people through time, through generations. There's a whole process that parallels the creative process in that every stage of the creation of a pot becomes a way to meditate and to think about some of those ideas, those primal ideas that are part of our stories. Relationship to the land in terms of leaving offerings and thanking the Earth Mother for her gift of clay, to thinking about the kinds of designs and symbols that one will place on one's pottery represent, which is another stage of thinking and learning about the story and learning through the story. To the actual, the creation of the pot, the polishing of the pot, the firing of the pot, and then finally the gifting of the pot. All of which in many ways incorporate indigenous core values of respect, of responsibility, of relationship. These are the principles, these are the essences of thought that still remain as being the thread that holds us together. The community is the holder of culture, language, tradition. And so through time, the community becomes the real vessel that you try to sustain.
Ancient peoples in every part of the world developed pottery traditions. The earliest pieces were bowls and pots used for storage and cooking. Later, clay was molded into ceremonial items, masks, pipes, and even musical instruments. The first pottery makers in Japan coiled ropes of clay to form round bowls. After smoothing the surface with tools, they baked the clay in fire pits to produce ceramic pots that could be used for cooking. The oldest pottery tradition in the world had its origins in Southeast China. Their pots and bowls were made from clay mixed with ground quartz, sand, and feldspar. The earliest potters in the Americas lived in the lower Amazon basin. They made red and black clay pots, often decorated with paint, that were used to store and cook food. While the first pottery in the world was used for cooking, over the centuries, the technology evolved into an art form, as well as an important expression of cultural identity.
Masks have been a part of indigenous culture in the Americas for thousands of years. Some of the earliest masks were carved in ivory by the Dorset people. Later, Inuit of the Arctic used masks for storytelling and ceremonies. The Hopi and Pueblo cultures used kachina masks in traditional dance ceremonies. In Northwest North America, artists carved intricate masks from cedar, yew, and alder using distinct form lines that can be seen on 5,000-year-old petroglyphs. West Coast nations created masks depicting humans, animals, and supernatural beings for ceremonies called potlatches. The families who host potlatches bring out their masks, songs, and dances to record their family lineage, display wealth, and honor a birth, marriage, or death. Carvers started their training as young boys, often learning from an uncle or grandfather. When the apprenticeship was completed, they would spend their lives carving masks and poles for their family and community.
A mask can be a very powerful thing amongst our people. A mask means so much more than just an art piece for our people, even today, but especially before contact. It means connections to our stories. We don't just make it up and carve any old mask that we want. We have to have that right in order to wear that mask. The masks are created in order to retell origin stories and old stories, and it's a way of bringing those old legends to life in our ceremonies. In the light of a big house, reflective properties are really crucial, and so we like to decorate our masks and frontlets with reflective shell in order to cast light back to the viewer. And for us, light, in the darkness of the winter months, light is so important, and that reflection has a spiritual quality to it.
Presented together at potlatches, carved masks, dances, and songs told stories owned by the host families.
And we believe that our ancestors were able to take off their animal clothes, and they were human underneath. And so there's a time of transformation when they can go back and forth between being a human or animal creature. We create masks in order to tell those stories.
While potlatches bonded families and communities through ceremony, they also played a central role in establishing relationships with neighboring nations.
During the wintertime is when we held our most important ceremonies, when we would invite other villages to come to our communities, to witness our dances and listen to the songs that are owned by the host family. We invite other people to witness what we have to show and share, and they validate the ownership of those rights and prerogatives by attending potlatches or winter ceremonials. One of the most important things that we create to this day are items that are used in ceremonial contexts. Reminds us of our role in the community, a role that's continued through countless generations, and connects us to the artists that were creating the exact same pieces. It connects us to those same people that did the exact same thing for the exact same reason. when we see one of our masks being used in the big house or one of our frontlets being danced, it shows that connection to the past and connection to our culture, and really gives us as artists a reason for being, and it's about that connection to culture and place and our ancestors.
Totem poles are wooden monuments created by artists in many nations in the Northwest. They were raised in prominent locations like the entrance to a big house or along the shoreline to a village. Animal crests and supernatural beings carved on the poles represented the stories that belonged to a family.
When we look at totem poles, it's often telling those same stories as well, because you look at them and you see those same animals, and sometimes you'll see the human ancestor figure depicted as well. So it's showing that prehistory for our people, the very first histories during the time of transformation. It's about that connection to culture and place and our ancestors.
Art, sculpted from stone, wood, clay, and fiber, are reminders of the artistic genius of our ancestors. But art was not the only cultural expression of indigenous peoples before 1491.
Ancient peoples in every part of the world used masks for rituals, celebrations, and storytelling. The earliest evidence of masks can be found in rock paintings that date back more than 30,000 years. The oldest masks in the world were discovered in the Judean hills near Jerusalem. They were created at a time when agriculture was first developing in Mesopotamia, and people were establishing permanent towns throughout the region. Mycenae was an important center of power and trade in ancient Greece. Some of the earliest gold masks from this area were found in burials of people who had a high social status in the community. The earliest masks in the Arctic were made of ivory by the Dorset peoples. Later, the Inuit made and used masks for storytelling and ceremonies. Masks continue to be used throughout the world in traditional ceremonies that honor ancestors and preserve cultures.
Music, dance, and storytelling are a part of every nation in the Americas. These diverse cultural expressions bring us together through sacred ceremonies and community celebrations. In many ways, art is the expression of indigenous peoples' relationship with the natural and spirit worlds. We have come to know our ancestors on a deeper level through their artistic traditions before 1491. Passed down from generation to generation, these traditions continue in our communities to this day.
This channel is part of the History Hit network.
We are the first peoples of the Americas.
We have been here from the beginning. Our ancestors navigated by the wind and stars, crossing vast oceans and mountain ranges, searching for new lands. Over thousands of years, our ancestors became astronomers and architects, philosophers and scientists, artists and inventors. We created distinct societies and built vast trade systems that covered 2 continents. In 1492, our world was changed forever, but we did not disappear. Today, the languages and teachings of our ancestors remain, and these are the untold stories of the Americas before Columbus. When did the first people arrive in the Americas? Indigenous creation stories tell how our ancestors emerged as humans from the earth, the water, the sky, and the land below. Some people believe that we walked into the Americas on foot, across an ancient land bridge that once connected Asia and North America. Others say we paddled here in ocean-going canoes along the Pacific coastline. There's one thing that all of these views of arrival have in common. They all begin with a journey. By 1491, tens of millions of indigenous people were living in every part of the Americas, from the high Arctic to the southern tip of South America. There were countless indigenous nations, each with their own distinct language and ways of life. But this didn't happen overnight. It took thousands of years to build this diverse world from a very small founding population. Since 1492, we've shared our traditional territory with people from every part of the world. Today, we continue our search for the origins of our ancestors and the roots of our cultural identity as indigenous people.
We have 2 different kinds of dates. We have the archaeological date that says probably somewhere between 18 to 20,000 years ago, the first non-native born human came into this hemisphere. In terms of indigenous perspectives, we've always been here. Philosophically, we've never been anywhere else.
Every indigenous nation has its own creation story. These stories have been passed down from generation to generation for thousands of years. Creation stories form a powerful part of each nation's identity and our sense of who we are as a people. In the beginning, there was a great flood. A few animals and birds survived by clinging to a log. Among them was the tiny muskrat. The creatures decided they needed to find land, but the world was covered in water. One by one, they took turns diving deep into the water, looking for some dirt to bring back to the surface. But each animal came back empty-handed. Finally, the tiny muskrat dove under the water. When he came back, he had a paw full of earth. He placed it on the back of a turtle shell. This is how North America became known as Turtle Island. In the beginning, there was only the sea and sky. The gods created the earth and populated it with animals and birds. But the animals couldn't worship them, so they decided to make humans. The first humans were made from mud, but they fell apart too easily. Then the gods made humans from wood, but they had nothing in their minds, so they destroyed them in a flood. Finally, the gods made humans out of maize dough. They had intelligence and knowledge and could worship the gods, so they became the first people.
In the beginning, people lived in the sky, and the only creatures they knew were birds. A young hunter set out one day to find a rare and beautiful bird. When he finally found it, he shot his arrow. And when he went to retrieve it, he discovered a hole in the bottom of the sky. Looking through it, he saw forests and rivers and wild animals. He asked the other hunters to travel to this world with him, but they refused. So he made a rope and lowered it down the hole and climbed down to the world below. He shot a deer and brought it back to the sky world. The others wanted to hunt deer too, so they climbed down the rope. The last person to go through the hole in the sky was a woman, and she became stuck, preventing the people from returning to their home. She can still be seen in the sky as the morning star. Historians have long supported a theory that our ancestors walked into the Americas across an ancient land bridge that connected Asia and North America during the last ice age. Until about 13,000 years ago, great sheets of ice, kilometers thick, covered much of the northern sections of North America, Europe, and Asia. But there were some ice-free regions in the northern hemisphere where people lived. One of these regions was known as Beringia. This 1,000-kilometer expanse of land connecting the two continents emerged when glaciers locked up vast quantities of water, causing sea levels to fall more than 100 meters.
You see evidence that people came across a land bridge. You see evidence that a land bridge did exist in the past.
In the northern parts of North America, Alaska, the Yukon, even northern British Columbia, we have a collection of some of the most ancient sites across the continent. And of course, that would be up in an area that archaeologists refer to as Beringia.
And those people who made it across the land bridge, all they had were their wits and a few stone tools. And yet they managed to explore, discover, and colonize two continents. So that's a pretty amazing achievement in the annals of human history. And they did this by being very aware of their environment, of being able to manipulate their environment to their own benefit.
The water between the two continents dropped so low, it exposed the bottom of the sea. This arid, prairie-like landscape remained ice-free, and the abundant birds and mammals provided people with food and materials for clothing and shelter. But Beringia was a temporary landscape. Around 20,000 years ago, the world's climate began to warm, and the glaciers started melting. By 15,000 years ago, the rising sea levels had covered up the Beringia land bridge, and people living there either had to return to Siberia or stay in North America. The melting glaciers and rising sea levels created major environmental changes in the northern hemisphere. The land between the two North American ice sheets widened about 12,000 years ago, offering an ice-free corridor for people to travel through.
Historically in archaeology, it was believed that the spread further south into the continent was between the Laurentide and Cordilleran ice sheets, and this is known as the ice-free corridor hypothesis. And so many researchers are saying this was the gateway into the Americas.
But taking this route south through such a harsh terrain would have involved a tremendous risk.
If they had a people who were up in Alaska and they see this opening between two ice sheets, they're taking a big leap of faith to say, well, maybe we go 1,000 miles south of here, we'll find better land. The ice-free corridor would have been a very dynamic landscape. It would have had terrible winters, like harsh, cold winters, and not much better in the summer. The summers would have been cold and rainy. So there wasn't a lot of opportunity for people to find stable land that they could colonize.
The end of the last ice age set the stage for the movement of people overland into North America. The indigenous people who traveled into the continent on foot from Beringia could not have known it at the time, But they were not the first people to settle south of the ice sheets. In fact, humans had already been living in both North and South America for thousands of years before the glaciers melted and opened up routes south through the ice-free corridor.
Glaciers covered much of the northern hemisphere until about 12,000 years ago. As temperatures warmed worldwide, ice melted and sea levels began to rise. These changes to the environment led to animal, bird, and human migration throughout North America, Asia, and Europe. Tens of thousands of years ago, the climates in parts of the Asian subcontinent was much wetter than it is today. In India, the Thar Desert was once a vast, fertile grassland. Hunters following the herds eventually settled permanently in the region. As the glaciers retreated, the warming climate created new agricultural zones in the northern hemisphere. Early agriculturalists cultivated new food resources in the fertile soils of the Middle East, and this led to the formation of farming settlements and eventually cities. During the last ice age, sea levels were 100 meters lower than they were today, and this created a 1,000-kilometer-wide land bridge to appear between Siberia and Alaska. This became one of the migration routes that humans took into the Americas. Changes in climate over the millennia has influenced the migration paths and hunting practices of humans throughout the world.
When they first started doing their surveys in the what would be the ice-free corridor, the observation they made was that the sites were getting younger as they went north, which is counterintuitive. You'd expect that the oldest sites would be in the north and they'd get progressively younger in the south. So it looked like people were moving north instead of south. So this has always been very paradoxical, and the only way you can explain it is that there were people already living south of the ice sheets, and where did those people come from?
The recent discovery of an ancient village and campsites in the Americas that are more than 14,000 years old supports a new theory that people first arrived by boat along the Pacific coastline of North and South America.
In the 70s, researchers proposed an alternative hypothesis to say that the coastal route was also viable. And this sparked a huge debate in archaeology that it had to be one or the other. Which one was it? We're now coming to an understanding that it was likely both happened. However, archaeologists are more leaning towards the coastal route as the earlier alternative.
Any journey along the Pacific coast during the Ice Age would have been treacherous.
Keep in mind that the west coast at that time would have been choked with icebergs and lots of ice flows. So for people to travel that way, they would certainly require some good ocean-going skills. And that's not out of the question, because we do know from the archaeological record in East Asia that as early as 40,000 years ago, people were able to make open ocean voyages. When people go on journeys like this, their destination is usually unknown to them.
We may never know what compelled indigenous people to embark on this treacherous journey by sea.
What is the history of humanity in North America? We have indications that humans were here, they were producing culture, they were burying their dead, they were becoming a part of the landscape, they were taking ownership of the landscape in their own way.
Once arriving on land, these seafarers would have found themselves in a strange and foreign world, filled with unknown peril and promise.
When people are traveling into unknown countries, they really have to rely on the skills that they bring with them. So if they know how to live off the land, if they know what seafoods they can consume, This will give them a better than average chance of surviving a new country or a new terrain that they're starting to settle in.
The idea of where we come from is extremely important. It gives us that sense of place. It tells us the locations that we are tied to, both as a people, as individuals. It's the part of the landscape that continues to reside in our bones, in our blood, but particularly in our minds.
It's not known how many indigenous people arrived in the Americas by water, but evidence suggests this was not an isolated occurrence.
Archaeology is finding more and more localities which add pieces to the puzzle. When we look at them all in a very broad picture, it does give us that story, that deeply complex story about the first people to come into North America.
Whether our ancestors arrived by land from Beringia or by water along the Pacific coast, people were soon living in every corner of the Americas.
Native Americans were at the southern tip of South America more than 14,000 years ago. So the hypothesis is that they took a coastal route just because traveling over land would have been very difficult at the time.
We have a much greater understanding of the fluctuation in sea levels, so it's easier for us to locate those most ancient sites along the coast, spreading all the way down to California, and of course all the way down to places like Monteverde in South America.
Monteverde is an ancient village site located in Chile, about 50 kilometers inland from the Pacific coastline, that was occupied at least 14,800 years ago. The village was discovered in the 1970s beneath a creek and was largely preserved within the wet environment. The village consisted of 12 small huts that would have supported about 20 or 30 people. The huts were made from wood, animal hide, and woven rope. there were 2 large and several smaller hearths in the village. The people at Monteverde collected plants in the mountains, grasslands, and coastal regions of southern Chile, suggesting that they traveled widely to collect food and building materials. Along with the remains of mammoth and llama, 10 types of seaweed and the shells of crabs and clams were found at the site. The marine-based diet of those who lived at Monteverde points to a people who were well adapted to a marine lifestyle.
Over the course of many thousands of years, when you're doing things such as experimentation of new lifeways or trial and error in new food types, all of this accumulates over many generations and gives us what we call traditional knowledge.
Since first arriving in the Americas, indigenous people have hunted wild game for food, shelter, tools, and clothing. The type of tools used by these ancient hunters are often used to define their cultures. One of the most important discoveries of ancient stone tools in the Americas was made at Clovis, New Mexico in the early 20th century. The distinct way of manufacturing these spearheads led to the Clovis first theory, which suggested that the earliest people in the Americas arrived shortly after the glaciers melted and used the same tool technology.
When we look at the history of archaeology as a discipline, early on, say in the early 1900s, scholars believed back then that North America had only been inhabited by indigenous people for 2,000 to 3,000 years. However, this changed, of course, with the findings of Folsom and Clovis points in association with what we call megafauna, or Ice Age giant mammals and creatures that walked the earth along with the indigenous people.
The discovery of mammoth bones alongside stone tools at the Clovis site revealed that indigenous people were hunting megafauna with spearhead technology around 13,000 years ago.
Clovis was the type site where the first stone tools were found. And so after that kind of became the umbrella term for fluted point technology.
This lethal tool was sharp enough to penetrate the thick hides of large game, such as bison and mammoth. Clovis points were made from jasper, chert, obsidian, and other brittle stones, and were eventually discovered throughout North America.
The Clovis tool complex spread across North America very rapidly, so this has always given the impression that people are moving along and occupying new lands. And there's lots of variety across North America, the geographical variations.
And for many decades, it was believed that the Clovis culture was the first and only culture to be across all of North America. However, most recently, in the last 10 to 20 years, the Clovis first model has pretty much been thrown out the window because we have ample evidence across North America, Mesoamerica, down to South America of sites that predate the Clovis time period. And this data and these sites are really interesting in pushing the boundaries of what we know about that distant time.
Think of Clovis as an idea, and that there was already a pre-existing population that was receptive to this new invention. So when the new invention came along, it was the idea of it that spread into a pre-existing population.
Although stone tools were widely used in the Americas for thousands of years, tools made from animal bones were also used for hunting and fishing.
Before people had Clovis points, they actually used bone technology. And the bone tools were just as lethal as the stone tools. Now there's starting to be a whole series of sites that have been discovered. And one of the discoveries was actually made very early on at the Manus Hill site in Washington State. There was a bone tool that was embedded in the vertebrae of a mastodon. And it was actually made from another mastodon's bone. From that, he could get a radiocarbon date off the element of the tools, but he could also get a radiocarbon date off the kill that it was embedded in.
The remains found at the Manus Kill site date back 13,800 years. a full millennium before the glaciers melted enough to open up the ice-free corridor to the north.
A hunter likely took down a mammoth once in his life and talked about it for the rest of his life.
As the glaciers receded and the lands opened up, allowing migration across North America, hunting techniques changed based on the terrain and their prey.
There's certainly a long history of hunting as a way of life, going right back to the Ice Age when humans first appeared on the scene. And of course, as people moved into the farther north regions, they started coming across animals like such as reindeer and caribou, and these are herding animals, so they started hunting them communally. Clovis tools were very lethal, and whatever they hit would have been injured. But of course, you'd have to be very close to that animal. You bring them into natural traps, and then once they're into the natural traps, and then you can use your stabbing spears to kill them.
Stones and animal bones were the first materials used by humans to craft tools for hunting. Some of the earliest tools to be discovered date back more than 2 million years. "20,000 years ago, nomadic hunter-gatherers lived in the Kabara cave region in Israel. They developed the Kabaran tool technology using flint to make spear points and arrowheads. The Solutrean tool industry emerged in Western Europe around 19,000 years ago. The people of this region made tools by napping tiny flakes off the flint core. Hunters also used heat to make the flaking more precise. One of the earliest stone tool technologies in North America was the Clovis point, named after the site in New Mexico where the spear points were first discovered. The people who created these tools hunted a wide range of megafauna, including mammoths. Throughout the world, the different styles of tools that people developed determined the type and size of the game they hunted.
As our ancestors settled throughout the two continents, creating hundreds of nations, languages evolved and diversified. And through these languages came stronger social and cultural identities. The Western Hemisphere is the most linguistically diverse region in the world. It's estimated that there were as many as 2,000 distinct languages spoken in the Americas in 1491. Each of these languages are part of a language family, connected through common words, grammar, and diction. Languages are more than a means of communication. For ancient societies, they contain the cultural, historical, and traditional knowledge of a nation. Many of the languages spoken before 1491 are still in use today.
Kay misin jialing ruas kay tukuy kausayni.
Chimuruna kang mikanki ancharraxiska. Ichaka suyachayukuirach chikanda.
Quechua in South America. Mayan in Mesoamerica.
Nabile yanuka kuali icho. Yemen kachan chupal.
Koshalik bitano petikan natiles.
Pueblo in North America.
Yung taftin usla tawa siya oman hamo.
Awi kamo. Yon an.
Awan doho na tizama ba.
And Inuktitut in the Arctic.
Sibulingaw na daan na pick-up. Umayon niyo gamik. Ano niyang ito ilay?
Mesoamerican cultures like the Maya and Aztec had a complex writing system. But most indigenous languages were based on an oral tradition.
Language doesn't leave marks on the land. Language isn't a thing that we can point to in the world. It's something that is done by people, and especially without writing, all you have are people as your evidence. In North America, there's a very complex tapestry of different language families that have crossed over each other. And there's probably about 30 families in North America. There's probably another 30 or so families in Central America, and maybe even 100 families in South America. The original work on comparative linguistics was reconstructing languages that had long written histories like English and the Romance languages like French and Italian. So it was early on believed, you simply couldn't do that in a language that didn't have a written history. The early anthropologist linguists in North America proved that yes, you could. You could reconstruct these languages, and often could show materially that language here was actually a close relative of a language that was quite far apart from it, separated by a number of others. They applied these methods that had been developed in Europe and proved that they could be used for unwritten languages, and that opened the door for people to work on Native American languages and figure out where did they come from, which is always, the question that presses a lot of people when they study us. They also found sometimes that the indigenous people themselves would tell you, oh, well, our language is actually related to those guys over there. I mean, you can ask and you find out, well, yes, we share a whole bunch of words in common. And you go talk to them, you can tell. And although they can't really communicate in each person's language, they still find quite a large number of words that are similar.
Indigenous languages carry deep cultural and traditional knowledge, but tracing their histories is a challenge to linguistic researchers.
Even though we have reconstructions, internally reconstructed and externally reconstructed language families, we can show that they're related, but we can't go back any further. And that's because, unlike biology, language doesn't have a constant rate of change. It changes in fits and starts with long periods of little change, sudden dramatic reconstructions of how the language works. It's not something that we can predict with any reliability. We can show that a language is internally related, but we can't tell you how long the connections are. And we rely almost entirely on archaeology to give us some sort of calibration to our guesstimates.
Oral entomology is both fluid and fragile, and of the thousands of indigenous languages that existed in the Americas in 1491, hundreds have been lost forever.
The exact question of when all these languages came here, as far as linguistics can tell, they've just been here.
Archaeological sites in every part of the world tell the story of ancient peoples and the cultures and civilizations they created over thousands of years. Erech is one of the first major cities in the world that featured monumental stone buildings. It was built at the center of a vast trade network in the Middle East. "5,000 years ago, Egypt was divided into upper and lower regions. A pharaoh named Narmer created a unified kingdom, and there are sites throughout Egypt that represent the artistic achievements from this era. Cahokia was the largest urban center in North America 1,000 years ago. It was part of an elaborate intertribal trade network that connected people as far away as the Gulf of Mexico and the Great Lakes. The archaeological record in every part of the world continues to inform us of the accomplishments and ways of life of our ancestors.
Indigenous people settled in every region of the Western Hemisphere, from the high Arctic to the Caribbean islands to the southern tip of South America. Historians estimate that by 1491, the population of the Americas may have been as high as 100 million people. Population growth in societies worldwide can be traced to the advent of agriculture. As people began to grow annual crops, the need to travel to find food lessened. Villages grew into towns, and towns into cities, with the farmers providing a steady supply of food. The impact over thousands of years was a significant growth of population in the Americas.
Throughout the Americas, civilizations rose and fell like an oscillating frontier through time. Some of them had great periods of development, innovation. Their technologies were among the most incredible. Their populations were significant, and then they collapsed. Archaeologically, we're looking at a palimpsest. In other words, we're looking at layers and pieces and fragments. It's like looking at a wall of graffiti and seeing one layer on top of another, on top of another, on top of another. And when an archaeologist digs, he may be digging through 10 different layers, or she may be recovering the relics of maybe 10 civilizations.
An example of a significant population surge was the Aztec city-state of Tenochtitlan. Founded in 1325 on a man-made island where present-day Mexico City now stands, it was the capital of the Aztec Empire. The city had a complex social strata that included the working class, military members, priests, and the elite. It was a vibrant city with a bustling marketplace. At its peak, Tenochtitlan was home to more than 250,000 people and was the center of an empire with a population of between 2 and 3 million. In 1491, Tenochtitlan was the largest city in the Americas.
The question then is, what about North America? The Mississippian side of Cahokia was a center that maintained significant populations into the tens of thousands.
Cahokia was arguably the largest and most influential urban center in North America before 1491. At its peak, around 800 years ago, Cahokia had a population of 40,000 or more. The city's strategic location, where the Mississippi, Missouri, and Illinois rivers meet, made it a natural gateway for intertribal trade. But over time, like the major cities in Mesoamerica, Cahokia also disappeared.
We have factors like drought, we have warfare, we have invasion and conquest. All of these things factor into the variable landscape of demography and population in the Americas.
Indigenous archaeologists are much more adept at thinking about the who of the past and the why of the past rather than just the what of the material culture. It's not just a piece of pottery that happened here without humans being involved in either transportation, in breaking it, in moving it from one place to another. I think that's what drives a lot of good archaeologists, is recognizing that we're not in it for the artifacts, we're in it for the stories that the artifacts can tell us. One of the most important things about being an indigenous person involved in archaeology is knowing the importance of story, the importance of the individual, and knowing how these all fit within who we are today. There are so many tribal people involved in trying to relate the history of individual tribes, individual places. In the past, it has been perceived to be the role of the expert to tell what the history is, history of place, and it often has been based on someone else's stories, some written reports and such. Now it's extremely important that indigenous groups have the authenticity, the authority, and the right to present the history as they know it. There are so many indigenous people who are getting advanced degrees, who are getting recognized as authority. And so now they're able to take that and tell the stories that their communities want them to tell, so that people outside of the community can really understand what has gone before.
The sequencing of the human genome has led to many significant discoveries about the migration and ways of life of ancient peoples throughout the world. Ancient Egyptians believed that the soul remained with the human body after a person died. Egyptian rulers and their families were buried in tombs with gold, tools, food, and animals to help them on their journey to the afterlife. The Kavza Cave in Israel is the site of the earliest known human burial. The remains of several adults and children were found, including a boy buried with a deer antler placed across his chest. At the bottom of a cenote in eastern Mexico, archaeologists found the remains of a young woman who died more than 13,000 years ago. Her DNA is a close match to many indigenous people living in Central and North America today. For tens of thousands of years, people in every part of the world have been carrying out rituals and ceremonies as part of their burial practices.
While there were tens of millions living in the Americas in 1491, the population soon after people arrived would only have been in the thousands. It's not surprising that the discovery of an ancestor from this period is an extremely rare event. 13,000 years ago, a teenage girl in the Yucatan fell into a deep hole and died. Over the millennia, sea levels rose and water filled the cave. In the 1990s, a group of underwater archaeologists found Naya, as they named her, in 40 meters of water deep in a cenote near Tulum. Testing Naya's DNA confirmed that she is a direct ancestor of the indigenous people living in North and Central America today. When the human genome was sequenced early in the 21st century, it opened the door for geneticists to study the biological blueprint of human beings. The data collected from studying the DNA found in human cells can be used to trace a person's ancestry. By comparing the DNA of modern indigenous people with that of ancient people, we can see how our ancestors migrated and settled down during the past several thousand years.
It's using your DNA to look at similarities between different populations. So there are many different ways we can do it. We can look at your maternal lineage, we can look at your paternal lineage, or we can look at everything, which is the whole genome. And in that instance, we're sort of looking at the entirety of your father's contribution, your mother's, and all of your ancestors. This is just another way to think about our past and figure out how we were related to each other. We are all really connected, and our genetics is telling us that too. To have a really rigorous study, you want to have ancient samples, because with the ancient samples, you can date it back really accurately. How long ago did they live, and what did they eat, and also where were they? If we're looking at ancient DNA, we're only looking at the people that they actually were able to extract DNA from. These are only 50 people, but there were thousands of people at that time, and there are very few samples that have been included from the United States and also from Canada. The majority of them have been from South America and Central America.
What does DNA from the ancient ancestors we've discovered tell us about our origins?
Actually, the closest relations to natives in the Americas is from sort of Central Asia. So we know that we migrated in, but a lot of people have questions about, was it just one big migration? Did it happen at multiple times? Did we actually migrate and stay in one spot, or did we just spread all over the Americas? And how many migrations occurred? DNA can only tell us so much. We need to know actually when these occurred, where they occurred. So if a group split off from another group, just by looking at DNA, we can sort of make a guess, but we won't actually know where it occurred or when it occurred unless we have archaeological data.
The study of DNA from ancient peoples requires a culturally sensitive approach and ongoing consultation with indigenous communities. While archaeology and genetics may seem at odds with our indigenous origin stories, they all contribute to the overall history of our peoples.
Going back to my creation story that I grew up with, it was a journey, because I think a lot of creation stories are journeys, and that's how I sort of reconcile it with the genetics. We're talking about population migration. Our ancestors they went on this huge, long journey for thousands of years, and I'm a product of that. So not only did they have to journey across continents and oceans, but they also had to fight disease. And once European contact came, so many of our people died, our ancestors, but we here as living people are actually the products of all of that, that long journey.
When Christopher Columbus first encountered indigenous people in our traditional territory more than 500 years ago, he mistakenly called us Los Indios. He thought he'd found a new route to India, but he'd actually arrived in a world unlike anywhere else on Earth. A world that was home to thousands of distinct nations and millions of people. Today, we keep our history alive through our stories and traditional knowledge, and we stay connected to our ancestors through the material culture they left behind before 1491. We are the first peoples of the Americas. We have been here from the beginning. Our ancestors navigated by the wind and stars, crossing vast oceans and mountain ranges, searching for new lands. Over thousands of years, our ancestors became astronomers and architects, philosophers and scientists, artists and inventors. We created distinct societies and built vast trade systems that covered 2 continents. In 1492, our world was changed forever, but we did not disappear. Today, the languages and teachings of our ancestors remain. And these are the untold stories of the Americas before Columbus. We've been taught that the Western Hemisphere before 1491 was a sparsely populated wilderness, virtually untouched by humans. But this pristine world was nothing more than a myth. In reality, there were millions of indigenous people living throughout the Americas, and the majority lived in large cities and towns. To provide for these large urban centers, innovative techniques were invented to modify and manipulate the environment. Our ancestors used fire to clear the land. They constructed canals that turned deserts into productive farmland. They built terraces on steep mountainsides to grow crops. And in Amazonia, they manufactured a soil so fertile it transformed an entire ecosystem. These impressive modifications to the environment were driven not only by the needs of a growing population, but by an ancient respect and connection to the land and water.
Like a lot of indigenous metaphors, convey whole bodies of thought and philosophy and understanding. And this is many times not captured in an anthropological record or a archaeological record or historical record, because this is really the thoughts that guide the people. We have relationships to water, which is the most basic elemental relationship, because water is life, in all cultures, in all traditions. And so we have a lot of metaphors that reflect and that represent and that symbolize water in all of its various stages, from water sitting in a lake or a pond, or moving in a stream or a river, to water that is cycling in clouds and coming down as rain and snow. And so all of those forms of water are sacred in the context of indigenous thinking.
Covering an area as large as the continental United States, Amazonia holds 10% of the world's plants, birds, animals, and insects. It also had an indigenous population that numbered in the millions in 1491.
So the idea that the Amazon is a tropical, pristine rainforest is probably very recent. Rainforests grow up on the top of places that used to be settled before. If you could go back 1,000 years ago, we would see a different landscape than we see today.
About 2% of the land lies within the floodplain of the Amazon River and its many branches. And the soil here is fertile.
The Amazon comes from the Andes, brings lots of nutrients with its waters, and then it floods every year. It brings nutrients to the floodplains. So these soils are very rich.
But the majority of the soil in Amazonia is too acidic for extensive agricultural use.
Normally, Amazon soils are not very rich, they're very acidic. The pH is not very good. Tropical soil, very fast will lose its fertility because of rain, bleaching.
In the places where the land was less fertile, indigenous people engineered a soil called terra preta, or dark earth. Made from broken pottery, plant waste, fish bones, and charcoal, terra preta has been found in village sites that date back 7,000 years, about the time that pottery was first produced in the Amazon.
In Guyana, they go back to 5,000 years, even more. In southern Amazon, they go back to 7,000 years. What's interesting, though, is the terra preta, if the idea that they're used for farming, for improving the conditions, natural conditions of the soils, were valid.
Kara una deya nuwa mokarane umuwo emmai.
Traditional knowledge of farming, plant cultivation, and soil management is passed down from generation to generation among indigenous people.
Tawarat te agum mokar man yum yapushik kapura taraweshite akumi munkaro yaitasha wai utieri tete aha via.
Terra preta has been found throughout the upland areas of Amazonia, often far away from rivers. Developing a way to make these soils fertile and productive for agroforestry was a matter of survival. But the abundance of terra preta soils next to village sites that were already in fertile areas has raised many questions about its origins.
It's interesting because we find also terra preta soils in areas which are very fertile.
Muchachi, ehur, mokara. Ajurete, ayukuyaki, yanjen, amokaro. Akumi, we, mokaro, atum.
The essential ingredient in terra preta is charcoal. The people who made this soil used the slash and char method to create the charcoal. This causes less carbon emissions and produces a more stable product than slash and burn.
Bukai, 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 bukai. Turuwashi, akumi mokar. Now, hatipe kurmiyu rare. Werika no, weamia, awakai, peimei. Arijeipe pira ketaru, maku. Ain we puchuma. Haratape we chikuk. Unakaro. We araka. Pum. Akuburu kapuru. Kapura kano. Harupetri wishike. Kashima papa.
And these terra preta soils are very productive. They're really, really rich and productive soils. They allow one to cultivate in the same spot for many years.
some of these orchards or this managed forests, there was no need for farming. Those are very highly productive environments. That entails a different relationship with people and their surrounding landscape.
Villages were often situated in rings, and while the center of such a ring would be barren, on the outskirts of each village were middens where food waste was deposited. The people who developed and used this rich soil were not farmers in the traditional sense, but horticulturalists. They simultaneously cultivated domesticated and wild vegetables, fruit, grains, and trees. The terra preta soil found in these villages may not have been intentionally manufactured in the same way as the upland sites. It may simply be the result of thousands of years of man-made organic waste.
One would expect to find those soils away from the settlement areas. But what we do find is that in most cases, the soils are in the very same place where people used to live. In order to live well in the Amazon, one has to really be aware of the wealth of information, and it takes really very sophisticated societies.
The ancient Amazonians discovered a way to sustain a growing population despite having acidic soils in much of their territories. The ability to engineer the soil to meet the needs of the people is one of the most significant environmental achievements of our ancestors. Throughout North America, indigenous people depended on access to hunting grounds, as well as distant communities for trade.
It's quite clear that people used to travel very, very long distances. It seems incredibly difficult, but people knew how to travel back then.
Communities were often hundreds of kilometers apart, with forests, mountains, and prairies in between. Finding consistent and predictable routes of travel year-round was a necessity. The answer was a natural highway system embedded in the surrounding environment. Whether flowing in summer or frozen solid in winter, the rivers of North America were a dependable transportation route for indigenous people.
The Dene people could travel thousands of kilometers on frozen rivers because they had such highly developed snowshoe technology. Traditional Dene snowshoes are still better than commercial snowshoes in many ways. They're designed for your feet. They're designed to deal with the exigencies of the climate in your region. You pick particular wood and sinew for them. They're sewn in different ways so that they adapt to different snow conditions, and you might carry more than one pair for different kinds of snow. And then, of course, in the summer, traveling thousands of kilometers along many of our huge rivers, the Mississippi, the Yukon, the Mackenzie. These rivers are enormously long, and you can travel on them quite easily throughout most of the year.
The preferred vessel for transportation along North American waterways and coastlines was the canoe.
The canoe was always central because we were marine-based people. The rivers and the oceans were our highways. So we needed the canoe. So we became very skilled canoe makers.
To adapt to the stormy weather and strong currents of the Pacific Ocean, the peoples of Northwest North America carved heavier canoes from cedar.
We know how the waters are here in the Northwest coast. You could lose yourself out there.
While some coastal vessels were smaller and more suited for shoreline fishing, others were ocean-going canoes carved from massive logs that required exceptional craftsmanship to build.
They had various types of canoes depending on what duty it served or what purpose it served. So you'd have canoes for traveling to potlatches, canoes for gathering foods and medicines and plants, canoes for warring, canoes for whaling, canoes for fishing. And so you had various types of canoes that were carved for a specific purpose. So variations to that canoe existed.
Inland water travel required a different style of boat. Using the same basic vessel, the canoes of indigenous people living inland were smaller and lighter to accommodate long stretches of river or lake travel. These canoes were typically constructed from the barks of trees. Sturdy enough to withstand river rapids, birch bark canoes were also light enough to portage or carry long distances between waterways.
People thought nothing of packing up with anything that they could carry and then going off for 6 months or a year to go travel, to go visit distant relatives, or just to go explore there's absolutely no question that people would get around all over, all the time.
Man-made earthworks created an artificial topography throughout North America before 1491. These mound structures were built over thousands of years. One of the largest concentrations is located on the Mississippi River near present-day St. Louis. The ancient city of Cahokia had 120 mounds, with the largest known as Monk's Mound. This massive earthwork covered 5.5 hectares and was 30 meters high. To construct this mound, thousands of workers carried more than 1 million square meters of earth in woven bags to the site.
For my own tribe, we have a story about a mound site in Mississippi called Naniwaya, and we came up from below. We came up out of that mound, according to one story, or we followed two brothers, Chata, Chickasaw, from the west. We traveled east, and finally stopped at a place and built that mound, and we carried the bones of our ancestors with us and built the mound. Either story, it talks about this one place that's very significant in Choctaw tradition, and it places us in Mississippi, so it tells us how we came to be in that area. And the stories tell us about our relationship with other tribes, the Chickasaw and the Cherokee, among others. The science actually fits in well with that if you think about people moving from the west into the east, and if you think about mound sites in the southeast that frequently function as burial mounds. So there are mounds that have human remains in them.
Mounds are also part of the creation stories of indigenous peoples. A large concentration of ceremonial mounds are located throughout Central and Eastern North America. As family groups formed societies and settled into villages and cities, the practice of burial mounds expanded.
We can follow the evolution, if you will, of mound construction from 300 AD on up. We get small mounds, we get a little bit larger, we get mortuary mounds, we get mounds that have houses on top. So we can see an in situ development.
Around 2,000 years ago, the mound building tradition intensified throughout the region and resulted in ceremonial centers along rivers and lakes. The mounds were spiritual gathering places where people would travel to make offerings and bury their family members and leaders.
So we can recognize that at one point in time, there was a large group of people that probably all spoke the same language, all agreed to serve under whatever political structure was in place. And then after a time of stress, probably during the little ice age in 1300s, people started realizing that they could no longer exist within one large area, that they had to pull apart again. But we also get some indications of influence from the south. The first pottery that occurs in North America is in Florida, and then it disappears. And then it comes again from in the southwest, and it moves across. But I think one of the important things is for North American tribal people to recognize that our cultures did develop in place, and whether we had some influence or not, these are North American cultures. And that we don't have to rely on someone coming from somewhere else to help us move forward.
Cultures throughout the world constructed earthen mounds for religious and ceremonial purposes. People would travel long distances to bury and honor their dead at these sites. The Kurgan people, who originated in the Black Sea region, buried their dead in deep shafts topped by mounds. The name Kurgan in Latvian means mound builder. Kofan are distinctive keyhole-shaped structures that were used as burial tombs in Japan. They range from several to 400 meters long. Thousands of burial mounds still exist throughout the Great Lakes region from the Hopewell era. Sacred objects and personal belongings were part of the burial ritual. In every part of the world, mounds and other man-made structures were used to honor the places where ancestors were buried.
The steep mountainsides, high altitude, and cool climate of the Andes would seem a most inhospitable environment for humans to thrive, let alone agriculture.
In looking at the American hemisphere, we are looking at a region that is highly mountainous, very fractured, part of what we call the neovolcanic axis.
These regions of Bolivia and Peru have been home to successive indigenous societies over thousands of years. And the vertical topography didn't stop them from developing one of the most productive farming regions in the world. In places like Lake Titicaca and Sacred Valley of Peru, people began to sculpt the landscape into a series of stepped flat plateaus to make the mountainsides more accessible for agriculture.
The same tendency occurred throughout the Americas, but perhaps the best known such terraces are those of groups like the Inca.
They have terraces from the formative times, that is probably 1,000 years before Christ.
By the time the Inca civilization came into existence 600 years ago, terraces already covered more than 1 million hectares of mountainous land in the Andean mountains. As the terraces became larger and more structured, laborers built them with expertly cut stone, sand, gravel, and soil.
In some cases, you have the leveling of an area, the soils are pushed away, and then agaves and other plants are planted along the boundary. And then through the course of time, these become formal masonry structures.
Ahata chapamushanki.
Ari,
Mantai chayaramuñachi.
Ari, mamá y mi chayaramu.
Allimche.
Those systems were among the most sophisticated, I would contend, given that not only were these terraces often cut from stone that was easily fitted, and entire hillsides were terraced, but in order to prepare the terrace, soils were basically cleared, the area was cut, and then gravel was placed in the basins of these terraced walls.
The terrace's stone walls and multi-layered soil were designed to prevent the leaching of nutrients from the soil, retain heat during the cold mountain nights, and provide a natural gravity-fed watering system.
This formed a kind of like a carbon filtration system in which clays and other soils and then rich soils for agriculture were placed over that, and the entire terrace packed such that it could sustain crop year after year.
We know that they are cultivating potatoes, and in some islands of the Titicaca Lake, they grown up corn. also they have quinoa.
Because of the nature of the clay soils in the region, Peru, for instance, those soils were almost impervious to erosion. So this allowed those terraces to be maintained through the course of centuries. And even today, many of the terraces built as much as 1,000 years ago are still in use.
By literally moving mountains, the Andean people of South America manipulated their environment to create one of the world's greatest engineering achievements.
For thousands of years, farmers have been sculpting mountains and hillsides to create usable land to grow crops. Rice, potatoes, and yams are some of the grains and vegetables that are grown on terraced farmland. In Southeast Asia, farmers grew rice on terraces that were otherwise unusable hillsides. They used a system of ditches and canals to move rainwater between platforms. Pond fields were constructed on hillsides in Polynesia 1,000 years ago. They were designed to produce larger yields of yams and taro for a growing population. Indigenous farmers first built terraces in the hilly terrain around Lake Titicaca more than 2,000 years ago. By the time the Inca farmers were working the land 600 years ago, there were 20,000 square kilometers of terraces in the Andean mountains. Terraces offered farmers larger amounts of arable land, which in turn provided food to support the growing populations in nearby urban centers.
During the long winter months, the Arctic region becomes an endless expanse of snow and ice. Further south in central North America, the prairie summer landscape is a never-ending sea of grass. With few naturally occurring landmarks to guide travelers and hunters, both environments can be daunting and even dangerous places to travel through. Ancient peoples have erected stone markers on the landscape for thousands of years. In North America, two of the most prominent stone structures are the Inukshuk in the Arctic and subarctic, and the medicine wheel on the Central Plains.
A lot of the Inukshuks that we have been there for hundreds, maybe thousands of years.
The Inuktitut word Inukshuk means one that looks like a person. From Alaska to Greenland, these anthropomorphic stone structures have been built for more than 2,000 years. Inukshuks have many purposes, including keeping track of seal caught during hunting expeditions.
If you catch a seal sometime in the summer, it sinks. And if you want to retrieve that seal and you don't have anything to retrieve it with, you go ashore and you put up a couple of Inukshuks to point to exactly where the seal went down, so you can get back in that water and line up, and you'll find your seal. And that's, so we made the little ones just to point where, where our seal had gone down or some animal had gone down.
Another purpose for an Inukshuk is to serve as a guiding landmark on the landscape.
You grow up living there, and all these Inukshuks are everywhere. You get to recognize them, They help you navigate out on the land. In 1973, we went on a canoe trip down the Ferguson River, and it's about 160 miles long. And at one point, we were completely lost. We had 2 canoes and 4 people, and we're paddling around this huge lake that had twice as many islands as there were supposed to be. And by the end of the day, we had gone nowhere, still looking for the way out. And so late in the evening, we decided we'd stop and, spend the night and look for the way out the next day. So we saw an Inukshuk way off in the distance, and I said, let's go camp there. And so we paddled around all these islands, got up to the Inukshuk, and put up our camp, and before I turned in, I said, I'm going to go up there to the Inukshuk and take a look around. And I climbed up and stood beside the Inukshuk, and there was the river that we had been looking for all day. After that, every time we got lost, we would just find an Inukshuk on the horizon, and we would paddle there, and it led the way all the way out. And that's the way we navigated the Ferguson